I'm a millionaire.
Baby got back.
Okay, I push that button, and I'll push this button, and hi, hello, me Scott. I'm trying something a little different today. So in addition to streaming to my channel, trying to stream to the new CETI Twitch channel. Let's see if it works. CETI Institute. So it should be set to auto host. Should auto host. Hey, there's me. Set to auto host. Okay, great. That's good. Hi, hello. So today, we're gonna work on a project. So CETI, a Creative and Emergent Technology Institute. Let me see if I have that right. Let's go over here. Let's open this browser, go to CETI.institute. So you've heard me talk about CETI before. If you're watching this through CETI's YouTube channel or through their Twitch channel, then you probably know what it is. But you can go to CETI.institute if you don't know what it is. But it is a group here in Portland that is doing some cool stuff, and I've been helping out. And on that list of cool stuff is a show for the Portland 2020 Winter Light Festival. And so it's something we have done before a few years ago and are doing again. And so you can go to CETI.institute/program/constellations to get kind of info about that show if you want to know about it or participate. But I am going to work on something for that show. And so obviously the first thing you have to do is pick some wallpaper, because what was I even thinking? No, I should probably do this before I start streaming, but okay, let's do this. Wait, there might be secrets. Okay, that project's not too secret. It's just a tradition that I open Visual Studio Code at this point, and it has some project, some client project or something open in it, but that was modestly secret, not too secret. Okay, so let's run this, and let's do this, and waste some time. The music is extra dramatic today. Am I in the wrong channel? How do I know what I'm listening to? Is this the... I mean, I guess this is normal. This doesn't seem like the happy channel, though. Should we switch to the happy channel? Happy channel has a big lock on it, so maybe that means I have to pay money for that. Anyway, pick some wallpaper, although that one's semi-appropriate with the stars in the sky. So I kind of like this one. Let's go with this. So I have built... I meant to try to find this project, but years ago I made a thing for Net magazine, I think, that was like a tutorial for using p5.js to do kind of like painting stars in the sky to reveal something. And so actually I'm kind of curious if that still exists. So if we did like Net magazine, Scott Garner p5, Scott Garner net worth, I think that's not me. Okay, first of all, we're looking at DuckDuckGo, which is useless. So let's go to an actual search engine. I mean, it was definitely some years ago, for sure. Creative block how-to, maybe this? Yeah, so it's a pretty simple thing. I don't even know if it exists anymore at all. But it was just a simple little thing, and basically you would kind of paint in the sky, and then hidden underneath it was a logo, so as you painted the stars, a message would be revealed. So I thought I would recreate that, which is a pretty simple little thing. but I thought I would recreate it and also add some networking to it. So the idea is that this will be projected at the show and people will see it projected and be able to take out their phones and interact with it as well. So I'm thinking today we'll just do the thing. Like today we'll just do kind of some start of the artwork. So it's funny because even looking at this, it's like kind of pre ES6. So I'm not using classes. I'm doing like kind of sort of classes the way that we used to do them at that time. So anyway, this isn't the way we'll do this. So the question becomes, how do we want to do it? Do we want to just do it on glitch? Do we do it on glitch? Kind of want to just do it on glitch. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. Let's start here. And I'm in Windows 11 where everything is weird now. Okay, great. So we'll call this Constellation Paint Star Painter. It's called Star Painter. It's obviously the most important part of any project. And we will hit it now. Windows 11, it takes 2 clicks to get to things that you would want to do. So we have to right click and then say show more options and then say open with code, which is pretty annoying, but not surprising. And we'll just start, I guess. So we will just start with a script tag to include p5, probably. But let's just start with this. Hello. And then I just typically do a little HTTP server. I don't need this output window. Get out of here, output window. How did this happen? Why is this like this? Why would output be here? Okay. Okay, much better. So now we can, you know, something I'm actually not sure of is if when I get hosted, does it show my chat? Or do you have to come to my channel for the chat? I actually don't know that. Maybe I'll check on that. Twitch.tv, CETI Institute. I don't know if posting the video also hosts the chat. Posting the video, okay. Mute. I don't want to hear my voice. Life is yours. How's it going? Okay, so there could potentially be like other chat happening, or is chat totally disabled? Thank goodness my expert is here. Twitch expert. Chat is always live. Okay, I see. So CETI Institute chat could be going and talking about me. Okay, so sorry about that. If you want to talk to me and you're looking at the CETI Institute chat, you should probably come to my channel. Sorry, I didn't know that. I have it from the expert, Twitch expert, The Life is Yours. Just told me how it is. Just trying a new thing today. Okay, Life is Yours, you also have to remind me how to write JavaScript since you are now a JavaScript professional. So let's go to our little local host. It's not HTTPS, and we want to do 168.0.175. It's also 8080, of course. What? It's good night. Wait, what time is it? Time in Norway. Are you going to bed at a reasonable hour? Okay, of course you're not. Never mind. Stand up. Oh no, you really are a web developer now. 10 a.m. stand up. Okay, well, thank you for stopping by. I'm sorry to hear you're a web developer now. And that you have to go to stand up in the morning. I had to go to stand up. Oof. I've been going to stand ups the last couple of weeks, but that job is done for the moment. So I just have to remember, like, isn't there a CDN hosted version of this, right? How are you supposed to do this? P5, I know, you're going to miss it. You're going to miss all this important stuff. Right? Like, did people not do this? Yeah, we want... So the CDN, this is just going to be like some hosted place that says, here's the version to use, and then I don't have to think about it. Oops. But we are definitely still in Vim mode in Visual Studio. We're really only going to have this one file for the moment, so we don't really need that. Okie dokie, so we have included this. We won't bother with the rest of the HTML boilerplate at the moment. So here's our code, and what we will do probably to start with is this goofball thing, where we do like a function and then call that function, and this will be our, this is how we're going to initialize. I don't even know if people still do this. Life engineers, do people still do this? Okay, go to bed. Good night. This is the way you used to do something. If you wanted to like wait until the page was fully loaded, you would kind of write the function and then it would auto call itself. Yeah, you could do it that way. That's true. I mean, even writing the word function feels weird to me because I never do it anymore. But this does do the job. Actually, that is a question. Like, could we do this with a lambda? Or what does JavaScript call this? Arrow notation? It does. It's funny though, when we did it this way, it came after that error, but that's good enough for now. So what do we want? We basically just want to have like a main that gets called, right? And then what do we want to do in main? So the thing we probably want to do in main, well, no, we don't need main, of course. This is P5. We need a setup. In fact, you know what? Sorry, I forgot. We're in P5. So we'll keep this around for any initialization that we need to do separately, but obviously we're using P5. So P5 has its own version of that. Is it draw or is it loop in P5? It's draw. You can tell I've not been writing JavaScript lately. I have not written P5 in a while, but that's okay. So, and then you're just going to do P5 stuff, like ellipse. You're going to say where it is. You're going to say how big it is. Is that all the parameters to an ellipse? I think ellipse has another parameter. Okay, you can just see our ellipse in the corner. So we do probably want a little bit of this. Let's do a couple things. So we can, for now, let's just make our background black. And let's have some style that is no margin, and then background. In fact, let's just make this white. Why not? Okay, so that's our food now. The issue is, I think we need to like, what's the right size for full size, for like full screen? It's just window.inner width. Like if you wanted to, let's create canvas 400 by 400. Okay, so instead of size, that would be a processing thing too. I think inner width and window.inner height, is that a thing? I mean, that's going to get mad on resize, right? So we'd have to redo stuff when we resize, but that's okay for the moment. Okay, so now we have this whole area that we're drawing on, and we're drawing this ellipse every time. And so a very simple first thing we can do is say where we draw will be mouse X and mouse Y. And so that's easy. And so now we have a little frontier, and let's make our background something else. A nice blue, perhaps? Okay. It's pretty bright blue. How's that? Okay, well, still kind of dark, but so yeah. So the idea will be, first, let's maybe just have the idea of some kind of particle emitter, and so you want something that is like some kind of class that we're going to make one of, and then we're going to have a bunch of them, and then we'll go through and update them all. And that's how, for now, we'll just have me, but eventually we'll make this the network thing. And so probably the first thing we want to do is have some concept of an emitter and some concept of a particle, and then some concept of like a user, you know, or a comment, whatever. So we may have a comment class, and we may have an emitter class. I gotta remember how to actually write JavaScript, so we'll figure it out. Okay, that's not how you write JavaScript. And we'll have a particle class, right? And particles will know how to be drawn, for example. When you're in a class, it's just this, right? There's no, I mean, this is the format. This is a whole other can of worms, but we'll say that. And we'll say that emitters will have an array of particles. And comets will have, each comet will have an emitter. How do you have a constructor in a JavaScript class? You gotta remember that. How do you do it? So that syntax, it's literally just the word constructor. Okay, good to know. So in our constructor here, we will have this dot emitter equals a new emitter. And of course, the thing I'm gonna do is forget a billion times. Is it emitter or emitter? As I'm gonna forget a billion times over to, oh wait, David wants a link to the stream. Pardon me. Let's send David an important link. I accidentally closed Discord? Rookie mistake. Okay. I'll go over here and say this, and over here, and say this, and good enough. Okay. So, right. And this is all, I mean, whatever. This is like Schiffman Particles 101. You can just go watch Schiffman if you want some more details on these. I'm going to get it wrong, of course, because I'm trying to do it all off the cuff, but hey. So we'll create an emitter, and then, so the idea is, we'll have something like this. We'll have something like let comets equal this, and then the first thing we'll do is have we'll always a local comet, I guess. And comets, we can have a comets add new comet. So the idea is right away we're going to create a new comet. When a new comet gets created, we're going to create a new emitter in it, and that'll be great. And then, in fact, let's just initialize this in here for consistency. We can have a constructor in here. Constructor just means like, hey, run this code when you make the thing. It's pretty common across like various object-oriented languages and frameworks and so forth. They don't often just literally use the word constructor, but what are you going to do? So particles will be equal to an array. We'll just do that when we do this. And don't forget this dot, because this is an impossible language. And then the idea is that we'd want to go through and draw all of these. And the idea of drawing a comet would mean calling the... drawing a comet is really going to draw the emitter. And drawing the emitter really means drawing the particles. For each particle. And that'll be particle.draw. And then in here, we'll have the thing that actually says, hey, here's how you draw a particle. And this is where we'll have something like ellipse, whatever. I think you can use that syntax, actually. Why? And then this can just have whatever. This is probably where we'll probably feed in the xy here, but we'll say this dot x equals 0 for now, and this dot y equals 0 for now. Let's get a use strict up here, I guess. Gosh, what's the syntax? Use strict? I don't remember. That looks convincing, right? Use strict. I actually know how that works, just crammed in a file. Yeah, okay, use strict. Just so we can have something. I mean, JavaScript is a terrible language to develop in. Oh yeah, this is JavaScript. So arrays have a push, not an add. And okay, what are we doing? We're going to say once we get in here, we're going to draw this, and it'll just be the radius. There's a million other things we'll want to do. I'm just like kind of sketching out, thinking how things go. So we're not actually doing anything yet, of course. We're just doing stuff here. What we're going to need to do instead of drawing this ellipse is we want to draw all our comments. So it's going to be a pretty similar to what we did here. We're basically going to loop through and for each of our comments, we're going to draw call the draw on that comment. And that draw, I mean, maybe it's confusing to use draw since that is like a reserved p5 thing, but it's separate from that draw that's called automatically. We'll do a comment draw, and that will presumably do all the stuff, and probably we have some bugs, so that's fine. Cannot read properties of undefined, reading for each. Line 25. So what are we doing wrong? There's no this dot here, because we're not inside any scope. So emitter is not defined. Of course it's not, because this needs to be this dot. I'm going to definitely forget that a trillion times. The bad language. Forgot it all down here. It's just so needlessly verbose. Needlessly verbose. But whatever. Okay, we have it. We're just not drawing anything because we're never actually bothering to create any particles. And so that is a thing we're going to want the emitter to be responsible for. So really, not only do we want to draw, but we separately want to update. So update is going to like update any internal state. And we're going to have kind of the same breakdown everywhere. So we'll have some notion of like, oh, we need to update stuff, and oh, we need to draw stuff. And it's good in my mind. It's just tidy to keep those conceptually separate, because like drawing is really just a way. This isn't fully true. There's exceptions to this, but drawing is kind of a way to say like, I'm going to take a snapshot of whatever's going on in the code, and I'm going to show it on the screen. And you know, you're only doing that. Depends on your frame rate, let's say 60 times a second or 30 times a second, whatever. And obviously computers can do things much faster than that and can do them in parallel and in separate threads and all this other stuff. So it's not like drawing is just a real-time representation of everything that's actually happening in real time. It's just this kind of a stateful snapshot. And so I feel like it's good hygiene to think of those things separately, like the updating of your state, and then just like, here's the time I'm going to take a snapshot and display that state. And just conceptually, I think it's just good for organizational purposes. So, you know, we'll have the idea of updating a particle, and that's going to let us have, not update. We have the idea of updating, and that's going to let us, yeah, have a velocity and all that good kind of stuff that lets you animate a thing over time. So then we'll have an update. We still don't have a way to add, but that's okay, because the comment doesn't need to know about that. And right now, update is not a concern here. So really what we want to do, I think to start with, is the following thing. And that following thing is, I think the emitter is going to have a notion of whether or not it is emitting. And maybe we'll, I don't know. Is there a concept in ES6 of getters and setters? I kind of feel like that's a thing. Is that a thing? So this lets you just kind of treat it like a field, even though it's a method. So that's fine. I mean, area, and it's talking to radius, but I'm a little confused about this. Like, can you have a thing that is the same name? Like, if it was a name, I just don't quite how it works in JavaScript land. Like, C# kind of magically will do it for you. Binary, how is it going? I mean, it's, you know, it's almost what people do with like their profile pictures. You know, they'll just have a day where they look good and they'll get a photograph taken, and then they will just use that as their, like, you know, online profile picture for all of eternity. How have you been? You've been missing. Doing work became work. Yeah, I get it. I know. I had that the last few weeks. Work was a little bit worky. So I like getters and setters in here. Do I have to have some goofball, like, yeah, like dumb internal variable? I hate stuff like this. I truly hate stuff like this. So, like, if I wanted, for example, to have the notion of omitting, that means I need like this tertiary piece of information. I need like, I need some variable that is going to be the set name. This dot set name, return this dot name is get name. Those are two methods. So what we're saying here is that we can, yeah, this, I don't like this. I don't like this. I mean, where is this? What is this underscore stuff? So the name property is changed to underscore name to avoid name collision with the getter and setter. Yeah, I don't like that. But isn't this wrong then? This looks wrong. Shouldn't this also be this underscore name? That's the terribleness of JavaScript. Okay, it's correct here. Correct here. Okay, I'm not gonna, whatever. Pretending JavaScript is a real programming language is a fool's errand. That doesn't do anything for me really, other than just make this a little bit gross. I mean, it would be nice to have this, I don't know. Yeah, whatever. It's JavaScript. Can't expect too much from it. So I just want the notion of I'm going to say for now, we're going to start as true. And then basically we're going to say that when we update, so we will update each particle. So this is where we would probably say like we want to, and this is where it's a little weird. Like we probably need to have a notion. I mean, I like the idea. Getters and setters are sometimes useful, especially in C# where you can be like, okay, this is like a public getter, but there's no way to set it, or like it's a private set, so it can only be set internally, and that kind of thing. Like that is useful. There's times that I find that useful, especially if I'm building like something API-ish. You can have some control over what goes in and out, like passes the API layer. But in this, if it requires you to introduce, as soon as you are decorating your variable names, I feel like you've messed up. As soon as you have to have like underscore whatever, like you've screwed up. I don't believe in that. I don't believe in like, you know, whatever, B whatever, Boolean whatever, like none of that stuff is that Hungarian notation. Like, you shouldn't need to decorate your variable names. If you have to decorate your variable names, your code is too confusing. And of course, JavaScript just requires this kind of decoration, this dot everywhere, because it pretends like it has no concept of scope. So anyway, so we're going to say something like if emitting And this dot last emit time. What else do we need? We need to know the last time we emitted, the last time we emitted, and we need to know like emit delay. So here's where it gets confusing, is like setting the default states of these things. Like maybe this is bad. It confuses me to only have it in the constructor, but maybe it should just be, and then this is like what the state variables. Like, I don't know. It's so sloppy. Like, what is the purpose of this really? I mean, it just lets me know like, hey, this is stuff that's available in this class, but it's JavaScript. It doesn't matter. You can just make things up on the fly. So I don't know. This just means that now there's two places I have to care. So maybe I'm gonna actually say, I don't know. I don't have like a good intuitive sense of what I think that should be, because it's like the way I would want it to be is like, oh, things have to be declared before you use them because it's a computer and that's how computers should work. But JavaScript doesn't require that. So me kind of like pretend requiring it, I don't know. I don't know if that's useful. So, yeah, what are we gonna say? So we're basically gonna say, well, I just deleted all that stuff I needed, huh? So, and this dot emit delay equals JavaScript. Is it all in milliseconds? Date now? Is that in seconds or milliseconds? Milliseconds. Okay. So we will say basically, and this dot last emit time date not dot now is greater than this dot last emit time plus emit delay. Seems like a weird way to phrase it. And then we'd say this dot last emit time, I already screwed this up, is equal to date dot now. I don't really want to call that method twice, but okay. We need to know that this dot, what a terrible language. Oh my gosh, what are we doing here? Can I switch to TypeScript? Then we're going to do this, and we need to be able to emit. So we want the emitter to be able to emit. 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 I don't know why I called that Emit. I mean, I meant to call one of them Emit. But I've been misspelling this the whole time. How do you spell emitter? Is that right? But emit is one T. So I did the, sorry, one M. So that was correct. Okay. I did it correctly. But I did it. Okay, so this of course is wrong because I forgot to this dot, and we're just gonna, like, that's just gonna be the theme, is we will continually forget to this dot. So this is happening every 2 seconds. So we're basically saying every 2 seconds we're going to call this emit for each of our little dudes. So that seems pretty slow. So let's call it 200 milliseconds. And then we need to decide, what do we do when there's an emit? So what I'm gonna say is, we'll just say this dot particles dot add, push a new particle. So we'll just create a new particle every 2 seconds. And that's fine. What have we broken? So cannot read properties of undefined update, line 70. So particle is a particle, so I'm not sure why this update isn't available. Oh, because it's not this dot particle. It literally is just particle. It's so easy to, like, good grief. It's just so easy to accidentally get in this dot mode and forget that there are cases where you know the scope and you're in the scope. Okay, So we've got this emit. We're just emitting a billion particles here, and that's all fine. But they're not doing anything. They're not growing anywhere. They're not emitting where the mouse is, first of all, and that's not great. So let's start that. And we probably won't really want to manage this here, but let's just... Okay, so now as I move the mouse, we're like automatically spitting out these particles. This is a pretty boring particle system. But what are you going to do? It does the thing, right? It is emitting. We have emission turned on, so we're emitting as we go. So let's start thinking about how to add some forces to this. And we might want the idea of velocity, and we might want the idea of acceleration. So let's start to rethink this a little bit so that instead of this xy, we have something that's this, like this dot position. And that's going to be equal to a new p5 dot vector, p5 dot vector, p5, what is it? p5 vector 2. I'm forgetting the syntax. It's create vector. Why don't you take me to the proper documentation? DuckDuckGo is not a good search engine. It's just... Okay, it's all right. I have a message to respond to. Well, that's a picture of an adorable dog. So if you'll excuse me, I have to respond to this extremely adorable dog picture. Obviously very important. I don't know why I'm getting so many emails. I feel like that we're not on the happy channel anymore. This is not the happy music channel. Okay. I don't know. Okay. This does not concern me. Unconcerned. Unconcerned with that. So, create vector. This is kind of annoying. I would prefer there was another way to do it. I kind of thought there was. I thought you could use a p5 vector constructor, but I guess not. But that's okay. So we want to just do a create vector. I wonder why that's pretending it doesn't exist. Oh well. So we want to create a vector that is mouse X and mouse Y. And then going forward, we don't want to use this XY position. We want to use this dot position dot X and this dot position dot Y. And so this should work exactly the same way. We're just kind of combining those two coordinates into a single thing, a single entity, basically. And that becomes convenient if we want to have, for example, this dot velocity. And let's say the velocity for now is just something like, there's two ways we could do it. So let's start this way, where we're going to say it's basically 0, -1. And then we're going to want to add that every time. Is that true? I think I got to remember how. So when you get your p5 vector, it's disappointing if that's not a link. When we get our p5 vector, I believe there's just an add. Yeah. We want to add this dot velocity. Velocity. And we'll do lots of things like make it fade over time and all that stuff. But hopefully this just makes them... Okay. So now they're floating into space because y is down, not up. So this is going to be weird inverse gravity. So now they will fall, and that's pretty cute. And it'd be nice probably to like add a little noise to these as they go and so on. But we have like a very minimal, very terrible little particle system. And let's randomize the size a little, if I can remember how. It's just random, and you can give it a range, right? Yeah. I can't remember if the range is inclusive or not, but let's do random 5 to 10. I don't think it gets weird if you give it integers. Excuse me. Or is it only floating point? Okay, different languages handle that a little differently. Okay, so now we have different sizes, and that's adorable. It's a little annoying that their velocity is so consistent. Like that's not a very compelling particle system at all. And so probably we would want something like there's a little random xy, maybe from like -5 to 5. I'm sorry, a little bit random on the x. So 5 is probably more than we want, so maybe just 1. So that gives it a little spread. And you might, you can imagine doing this so instead of it's on kind of the global xy, it is it's kind of world x back and forth. It's just maybe you'd want it kind of perpendicular to the direction of travel, so that's something we could do. But at the moment, this is kind of okay. Still even seems sort of extreme for what I have in mind. Like, I think we'd want this very minimal. So let's just do 0.5, 0.5. And then I think we want to do this random between, let's say 1 and 5 to start with, or 1 and 4. So that's not too bad. It's just not very many, right? And so the way we could affect that is we could sort of change the way we think about this. Instead of saying like a specific delay, we could start to think about it in terms of like a number of particles per second or something like that. But I think this is okay for now. And then the other big question is like, do we want some kind of acceleration or deceleration? And the way acceleration works is it is kind of applied to the velocity, just similarly to the way the velocity is applied to the position. Although I believe it's a multiply. I think you want to multiply all your... I'd have to actually refresh my memory on that. Does acceleration get... Okay, that is a very obvious thing that's silly that I should know. Just can't quite remember. Okay, it is add. So we're adding, which makes sense because that's an acceleration. Okay, I'm thinking of damping. Sorry. If you were going to like add some kind of damping force, then you would multiply. But acceleration is additive, obviously, because you're accelerating. You're adding to your velocity over time. So that's the thing we could do. And in fact, we could like start totally still and then just say that instead of this being our velocity, so for example, a thing we could do is say that this dot velocity is equal to create vector 0, 0, and that this acceleration? Acceleration is equal to that. And then what we would need to do is have this dot velocity dot add this dot acceleration. And this might get real wild. It gets very wild because it's going to just do that over time, and it's going to do every time we update. Which I don't know if what p5 is using actually, like internally. Is it request animation frame? Is it? I'm not exactly sure. So let's like turn these way down. So they still are a bit heavy, I would say. But whatever, these are all magic numbers that we can kind of tune over time. So that's kind of cute. I mean, it's too much. So even these, I think we want like really minor acceleration. And then if we want a damping force, we can like dampen the acceleration. So it would kind of max out over time. So what I think I'm going to say is that we're just going to treat acceleration like gravity. And that is just going to be like basically just a constant force that is applied over time. And it'll speed up over time, it'll fall over time, and so on. But we will start with a little bit of initial velocity. And I think we kind of want to say like you can start out going up or down, and then that will just get kind of modified by gravity over time. So let's lower our emission delay even more. And again, I think I want to change that so it's like the formula is a little different, but okay. Pretty cute. It's a little wild. So we probably want to dampen a lot of this stuff. Even a little more than we already are. This may be too much. And I mean, what, you know, these are magic numbers. We can tune these magic numbers. Velocity towards the mouse pointer would be neat. Oh, like it is. We could do that, or where the emitter is like kind of lazily following. I mean, this is starting to get a little bit in sort of like pixie dust strand realm that I could sort of imagine working. I think we want, I don't know, split the difference. This stuff is always like, there's no perfect answer here. It's just, these are just magic numbers. Okay, right. Oh, I see. Yeah, okay, like a wind, like an overall wind. That could be kind of cute. I mean, or even just like once we have more people using it, that as people go by, they do add a little bit of force to nearby particles. I think that would be cool. Like, yeah, like as if I pass through these particles, I would jostle those particles, basically. I think that would be nice. So I think we're kind of getting there with the basics of this emission. I'm going to change one thing just as like to add a little more, like a slight bit more intelligence to this. And then I'm going to totally change how this works and give it a different kind of idea. And we will kind of switch from this like physicsy simulation sort of version of this to a sorry, I got distracted by a Slack conversation. We're going to switch from like particle simulation to more of a lerp, to lerp these two specific positions in the sky. We'll probably, like that may be a particle type. I don't know. We don't want to get too fancy with this, but something we definitely do want and we just kind of need, because right now we're just adding particles and particles and particles and particles, is a lifetime to them. So we want to give them something like this dot life, and we want to say how long they're going to stay alive. And so, for example, 500 milliseconds would be an idea. And we might want something that's like this dot initial radius, and this can be the random, I'd say it's more like 1 to 5. And then this will be equal to this dot initial radius. And so the idea here, I mean, this isn't going to change anything except make them a little tinier. So cute, so bubbly. That's probably a little too small, but I kind of like it. Maybe 1 to 8, just so we can have some big boys. And we might change these for some kind of particle sprite. excuse me. So, I mean, actually, binary, a thing that I did with a Dan Schiffman project years ago was to use the actual wind speed outside. So we could also do that, is like use the wind outside as a force. That'd be kind of funny. Okay, so we've got this. We just need these particles to die over time, basically. And so what we're going to do initially is say, this.birth is equal to date.now, just so we know when it was born and we know its life. And so based on that, we can kind of linearly interpolate between. So we can say something like let t, which is the interpolant, will be, oh, what is the formula for this? It's always the same. It is, call it lifetime, and let's have a start time and an end time that's just equal to this dot start time plus this dot lifetime, just because it's a little easier to conceptualize if you're thinking of it in terms of date.now minus this dot start time divided by, like, you just want a ratio or progress, a percentage actually, like this dot end time minus this dot start time. And this is like such a core, this is like the second most core interpolation function. I mean, it's like for a time-based thing that I just use all the time. And then based on this, we get a percentage effectively from one to the other. And so then we can say this dot r, just go ahead and call that radius. Everything's nice and clear. This dot radius will just be equal this dot initial radius times t. And so that should make these shrink unless I did it backwards. It's very possible I did it backwards. So that looks like I did a bad job. So what did I do wrong? You can also have the idea of like maximum particles living and all of that kind of stuff. But so first, let's see if these numbers look right. They look very suspicious. Like they're happening too fast. And that should be 5 seconds. So it's probably just a dumb typo. So I said my lifetime is this. I said my start time is now. And I said my end time is start time plus the lifetime. And this is supposed to be milliseconds, and that would be kind of a snapshot of the constructor time. I said date now minus the start time divided by the end time minus the start time. So this is like how far we've progressed, the number of milliseconds since the start time, basically. And this is the total window, which in this scenario really is the lifetime. It's just, for whatever reason, it's a little easier for me to conceptualize this way. And then we said the initial radius was random 1 to 8. And then uh-oh, did I freeze it with too many particles? So it's funny because it looks like some of those numbers don't seem crazy to me. So what do we, oh, this is the problem because it's JavaScript, and JavaScript doesn't care if a variable is defined. Of course not. Why would you care if I was using a variable that was defined or not? Okay. So you can see I have inverted this, and they are growing over time, which is kind of nice. It looks like snow. So let's invert this and make this 1 minus t. So we're definitely already, actually it's probably this console log. We're definitely like taxing the browser with this already. Okay. So these are going to shrink over the course of 5 seconds and kind of gradually fade away. It is still trying to I've refreshed it 3 times, and so it's still trying to refresh. So this is not bad. The problem is we're just not disposing of them after that time, right? Like, this is okay, but they're still alive, and we're still simulating them. They're just like negative sized at a certain point. And so the thing we want to do then is clean them up. And I got to think about how to do that. Like deleting an element from an array in JavaScript while looping through, let's see. That's a thing that is like an issue in other languages. I just can't remember if JavaScript is picky about it. So yeah, one of the ideas is looping backwards and doing this splice thing. Array filter is a thing. So actually, this is probably the thing we want to do. This would let us kind of all at once because it is an array of objects. And so I think this is like, yeah, okay, so these are now negatively sized. So that's our update individual particles. And then now we want to call expired particles. And so it's basically going to be this. Yeah, you saw me. I did it. I copied and pasted. It's going to be this dot particles is equal to this dot particles dot filter, and it's very similar than our above thing, like the way we're looping, but this is just going to return an array of things that don't meet excuse me, don't meet a certain how do I want to phrase this? Don't meet some certain check, some criteria. So we basically want to say return. We want to be sure that particle, that date dot now is basically less than particle less than or equal to particle dot end time. So be sure we're not at the end time yet. And again, that end time variable, it's kind of superfluous because we have all the information we need here. It's just conceptually a little easier for me. So this should be continually culling these as we hit that 5-second mark. You would hope. And a way we could check that is like console.log before. And this can be this dot particles dot length or count. Length, I think. And then after. I mean, we could try to set up so we could actually introspect here in a more sensible way. Oops. Binary, are you cramping my style by just showing me Schiffman's code of how to do it? Can I not jump to the end of this? Okay, anyway, we can see that some are being called here. So we're kind of capping out at 150, which is kind of what we want. And we could explicitly do that. Let's just steal this. Let's see. What are we actually doing here? This is probably a Schiffman example. Yeah, we got some of this stuff. Okay, I did this a little bit differently, but whatever. Because that's passing at a position, which kind of makes sense. So they have update and display instead of my update and draw, so that's all fine. They have a lifespan here, so I don't know. I do it a little bit differently. I like my time calculation. And then they have this is dead thing. So this looks like it was, I mean, this is like pre-ES6, so it's got the goofy prototype syntax. So I don't know. Mine's at least a little more modern. It's a good refresher for me. Okay, so we have our fun little doodad, and it should mean that we won't ever go too crazy with the number of particles we're simulating. It's something we'll want to be aware of, like theoretically if there are a bunch of people connected, but you know, computers are pretty fast. And this is just a few hundred polka dots. We could easily cap it at 100. So for example, we could say in the update loop, if all of these things are true, oops, not that one. we said this. How would I want to do this, actually? I mean, just how do I want it to look? And this dot particles dot length is less than or equal to 100, basically. We could have it this dot max particles equals 100. So we get somewhat fewer particles than we're seeing here, but we would just know that any individual system would never have more than, although that's kind of lame the way it worked. I mean, it just like turned off my emission for a while. So that's not the ideal way to do it. You really would want it to be kind of a function of time, so you don't hit this. And I'm sure if we actually did the math based on the frame rate this is running, I just don't know what rate this is. I'm guessing it's 60 hertz. Okay, I mean, the reason I know like the basics of this is from Dan Schiffman anyway, so like I'm essentially copying and pasting his code. I'm just copying and pasting it from my mind, with like some slightly altered syntax relative to the way it was here. You know, this could be like almost 10 years old at this point. This example, I don't know, or some of these examples. Okay. So we did get fancy with this array filter, very ES6. It's just always a thing. I just forget from language to language because different languages have different restrictions on that kind of thing. Meaning restrictions on what you can do to a collection while iterating over it. And it's just like always a red flag to me of like, okay, if I'm iterating, I can't exactly remember for this language with this kind of collection, but generally speaking, it's a problem to try to modify a collection while you're iterating over it. That's not always true, but, or like especially modify like this, not the contents of the collection, well, not the contents of the contents of the collection, but the contents of the collection itself. Meaning in this case, I could modify the particles all day and that's fine because the collection of particles is still the collection of particles. But as soon as I try to like erase or delete the collection of particles, then, you know, that's a problem. So is that all from memory? Is that true? V0 times time plus 1/2 A times time. What is this? Binary, it's like you're speaking in tongues. Okay, so what do we want to do now? We have this idea that we have this Sparkle business. The problem is, this isn't really what we want to do. I mean, we might want some of this, but what we more want, I think, is the idea that we're going to emit these, and then there's going to be like, honestly, I feel like I did a better job of this when I did that tutorial 10 years ago, whatever. Distance equals velocity times time plus 1/2 of acceleration times time squared. Oh, is that a better way to do it? That may be more like actually appropriate. I mean, that's the thing with these kinds of simulations is they're like a million shortcuts. We're not actually simulating nature. We're just kind of sort of doing it. But that means your acceleration has like a non-linear ramp and mine does. Is that a meaningful distinction? It probably is a meaningful distinction, like if you actually really looked at it. Or maybe under the hood it works out to be the same thing. So basically, instead of our sparkles just falling to the earth, we want them, or at least some percentage of them, to become the night sky, basically. Which is the thing that I wrote previously. I don't know. Okay, let's just keep this simple. This max particles is honestly not doing anything for us at the moment. And if we need to throttle, we get to the point that we need to throttle these, we've got we've got other issues, I think. Stop it. Okay. Okay, so we've got our fun little sparkles. And what? And so what? You're probably right. I probably should. I mean, yeah. David has been doing much more of that kind of stuff because he's the one who's way into particle simulations with stuff like Cosmic Sugar. I'm a little bit less into it. I mean, I use it frequently in support of like certain visual effects and things, but it's pretty rare that I do things that are just particles for the sake of particles. But it is a, like, I don't know, it's one of those things that I'm like, I hand-wavingly understand and don't actually remember I kind of actually don't remember the connection to real life. I just remember the sort of simple fake way to do it. No, you're right. I mean, that is very true. Like, there's a real difference between understanding like the template to solve a problem and then understanding the like foundational reasoning underneath that template. But I guess if you work on something long enough or you do it enough times, you kind of abandon, you just like the template is what's in your brain because it's what you just do over and over again. So I'm definitely in kind of like a templated knowledge state for really a lot of things to do with physicsy kinds of things. And I think a lot of it is getting spoiled just because so many of the tools I use do a lot of things like particle systems and simulations like that and physics simulations automatically. And I rarely have to do it unless I'm doing like the simplest possible version of something like sphere collision or whatever. D. Lopser, how's it going? The king of the hand wave. Is that true? You don't feel like you understand? I feel like some of the things you do, you have to have some understanding of what's actually going on. Or did you just like bang your head against tornadoes until you got tornadoes to work? This is kind of satisfying. It's sort of silly how satisfying it is just to watch sparkles. Floaty boys. Okay, so what do we do here? Do we... I mean, I was going to say we should... So there's two ways to go about this, basically. One is to say that 100% of particles that we emit will eventually find their way to being stars in the sky. Like, they'll start as a stream, and then they will kind of like, instead of dispersing and falling down over time, they will just become stars in the sky. And so one way to do that is to not have gravity and to have a damper on the accelerator. I'm sorry, a damper on the acceleration, and they would naturally sort of do that thing. Like, you could kind of paint where there are stars and where there aren't stars. And then when you wanted to attract them to a certain face, you could treat it like a force. That's one way to do it. The other way to do it is you can like just pick those positions at birth and just lerp them there. And you have way more control over that, like, because then you can say, like, I know exactly where this particle is going to end up. And you can tune for control, but then it's a little harder to get the organic feeling because, you know, it's deterministic. Well, speaking of friction, maybe we should add some friction. I mean, that's kind of like, if friction is just a coefficient of damping, I mean, it's not, right? It matters, like the material and so many other things, I'm sure. But like, if we just want some kind of like damping coefficient, what do people usually call that? Like in a simple particle simulation, if I wanted these to slow down over time, like what's the typical term that would be used? Would you call that friction? Or would you just call it like damping coefficient? Or what do people call that in an equation like this? A force that opposes motion. That's me. I'm a force that opposes motion. So what I'm talking about is essentially this, like inside here, along with these three things, if we have this dot damping basically, and it's equal something like 0.9, and then we, how do we do this? This dot acceleration dot multiply, I would call it multiply, but who knows what they call it? Multiply, damping. Like, is that, it's gonna be weird because it's like independent of our lifetime, which is a little strange, but like, does this do the thing? Nope, because of this. Yeah, okay, so what is, I hate you, DuckDuckGo, you're just not very good. I really should pay attention in a day how often I actually use the result I get from DuckDuckGo, because I think it's almost 0. I think it is almost none. Okay, they call it mult, which I hate. I don't like arbitrary abbreviations. So these should kind of dampen, like the well, okay, actually, I'm dampening the acceleration, not the velocity. And so that is not right. It means I'll stop accelerating over time, but it's not the same as stopping moving over time. And it's kind of interesting because you kind of have to dampen both of them, right? Because if I was only damping velocity, the acceleration would continue to have an effect on it. And if I'm only damping acceleration like here, it just means they don't continually accelerate beyond a certain point, right? So you kind of have to dampen both. Yeah, I don't actually remember like what's the convention here. I'm sure there's some common, I'm sure there's some common way that people do this. Okay, we have dampened too much. But you can see they're like kind of slowing down over time. That was probably not enough damping. And so this is why it's hard to do. Okay, what do we got? Euler integration. So, like, what I should just go velocity to add, location add. So you're adding, yeah. So that's right. That's what I have here. Like that is the application of acceleration velocity. That's fine. I'm just talking about now. I want to dampen those over time. Like I want things to slowly come to a halt, like lose their momentum over time. But I'm not sure what the convention is for that, right? Like, I feel like I've done it like this in the past where there's some kind of coefficient and you just multiply that coefficient every time. I mean, that's too much. It's funny how, like, just the velocity? Because if you're multiplying just the velocity, though, you're still applying the acceleration every time. I guess it doesn't matter. I mean, you're still going to be accelerating, right? So eventually you hit some minimum threshold of velocity, which in this case is just like a slight downward movement because it's sort of like a slight gravity. Too much damping. But this will be not enough damping. Okay, so it's just velocity, but you theoretically want to dampen both. And you could have different coefficients for both, right? You could decide that you have some different coefficient. Why is it so satisfying? David, why are particles so satisfying? Okay, but here's the problem. This isn't what we want. And I feel like it would be really hard for me to get the effect I want like this. You know, like I think we're gonna have to do linear interpolation instead of simulating velocity and acceleration. And I think that's fine. And I think we can get a similar effect, and we can probably do both. Like we could do, what's the right way to do that actually? Okay, so I guess there's another way to think of that. Okay, David, what do you think of this? So basically the idea is I want to paint around, and these are eventually going to like settle and form a night sky, right? And so one way to do that is to be deterministic and just say, I'm picking a point and we're just going to lerp point A to point B, and that may be good enough. But I guess you could do something kind of crazy where you had a final point, but instead of just lerping to it, you were treating it like a point of gravity, like a gravitational point per particle, where each particle had a destination gravity, and it would just be pulled towards that point. Is it nicer to make everything an attractor? Just feels like it's harder to control, but it feels like it's easier to be organic this way. So the way I wrote this last time was just to lerp to like a star point, basically. But in this case, you're saying I can do the same thing, but instead of lerping, yeah. Well, right, I could do something where I have like two notions of what my position is, and then I could just lerp. I mean, that's obviously the easy place to start, I guess, is like, you know, it could, the first half of its life could be purely physicsy, and the second half of its life could be purely lerp, and you would kind of lerp between the lerp position and the physicsy position. Or, I mean, I kind of been, okay, right, because the attractor would do something crazy, right? Like the attractor could like fling it all around or something. Like you eventually do want to settle. You do want to settle eventually. Okay, well let's treat it like this to start with. So let's get rid of damping because we don't need that. And let's either way we want a destination. Let's call it a target. It'll just be a create vector of random between 0 and width and random between 0 and height. And the really naive way to do this is to say let current position. So we would still be, okay, well, this position doesn't even exist yet. No, it does. Okay. So we do something kind of goofy like this, where we would, in addition to this interpolation for the radius, we would also interpolate between, is going to be like a lerp between, is there a lerp in, p5 have lerp? What do they call it? Mix something? It's just straight up lerp, right? Attract on X. Well, I mean, the way I did it before, you could spew upwards into the sky, and so I'm going to start with this because this is easy to understand, and maybe, I mean, we may even ditch this first part, but I'll just start with this basically, which would be we're going to be lerping between whatever the position thinks it should be based on our simulation, which we could get rid of our simulation, and that would just be start position basically, and this dot target, and then the interpolant is t. Is that gonna work? What? Picking number. Oh, do you have to? Is it like a vector 3 lerp? You can't lerp. Is this just integers? Right. So we probably have to do like, or p5 vector lerp. Yeah. this business, right? Obviously, we need to do this, and then down here we want to use current position. Oops. Okay, something like that. Okay, so this lets you go, but there's some predetermined point, and this is wild. So the problem is they're like shrinking before they get there. So we really want kind of like 2 lifetimes, or we want to lerp. We want them to lerp there in like half their lifetime. Because we want them to get, because right now they're basically arriving as they die. This is kind of a mess for sure. I don't know, it's kind of funny. I mean, as you're moving, I feel like it still kind of has a similar effect, but this is landing everywhere. So let's think about how to do this. In a way that isn't too dumb. Because right now, yeah, we die before we get there. So, okay, one way to do this is say, I mean, what happens if you do this? I feel like this looks insane. Why does this look so insane? Did I do something wrong in picking the start, like the target? What did I do wrong there? Between 0 width and height, is that not right with P5? Is it like some other thing you're supposed to use with P5? Isn't that just the width of the sketch? What am I forgetting? I mean, okay, something we could do, for example, is say like, let's not do this for a minute. And let's just say like, there's a start position and there's an end position, and we should be lerping towards it. This is what I did previously. But it feels like those are getting, what's wrong with my target? This dot target to this dot target. Okay, this should just like put it in a 50 by 50 box up in the corner. Yeah. I mean, it clearly looks like they're moving off of the screen though, so why is that? There's something else goofy in my update loop? Like, if I'm inside that 50 by 50 box, it sort of seems like it's doing the thing. They're continually moving, so what am I doing wrong? Do I accidentally have some goofy... Let's turn off the radius scale for a minute. Is this a clamping thing? Like, I couldn't be living longer than I need to, right? Like, oh, well, it's 1 minus t, first of all, right? Is that true, or is that not true? I don't think that's true. That's not putting me at the start space. The start is here. Okay, so it wasn't. I'm sorry. That is correct. Is that not right to think that it would... This looks great. Okay, what silly mistake am I making? I should not be applying any of our fakey physics All we're doing is lerping between a start position and an end position, right? We don't touch any positions outside of here. I mean, like, we're not even, oops. We're not using this at the moment. Okay, I mean, what incredibly obvious thing am I missing? This only happens in the constructor. This essentially is... Okay, well, you're not smart enough to do that, I guess. Wait, are you not smart enough to do... T is just an interpolant based on the lifetime. Uh-oh, 111. What did I do wrong? That's wrong. I mean, my T could be messed up. Kind of seems like my T is messed up, right? Like T is getting wonky. But T should just be like some percentage between start time and end time. And if it goes beyond the end time, it should be destroyed. I mean, it's going to be kind of a nightmare because it's for every particle. But those look not crazy. I mean, those seem like values I could believe. JavaScript can't handle that many prints. Broken the browser, broken the console. Because I want them to get there in half the time, but maybe that's the thing that doesn't actually work. I mean, I guess oh, is that my problem? Oh, maybe lerp. Oh, okay. P5's lerp may, what do they call it? Constrain. It may be making it 200%. Okay, that's what it was. The P5's lerp is unconstrained, and that makes sense. Okay. Silly mistake. I mean, I can double it, I just have to clamp it. Okay, so this gets us a bunch of stars. It really makes our trail not as nice. And it's way too fast, of course. So let's give them a, like, 20-second lifetime or something. But we want them to arrive at their home kind of more quickly. We probably want them to fade more quickly because this is just way too chaotic. Okay, so we can get that back. So this will fade at the normal rate. The radius will decrease consistently over time. We could do opacity as well. And they could be like different rates, like different curves, I guess. Smooth step? Is that a thing in P5? Smooth. No, not that. Smooth step's a shader thing, right? It's like a clamped... It's not? I thought smooth step was kind of like a clamped step, or like a clamped, like a you have two values between which you interpolate, but beyond those values they're clamped. Is that not what smooth step is? I mean, it's kind of this. It's a one-step version of the thing that I'm describing, I guess. Am I not remembering that correctly? Yeah, it has like 2 edges. Are you sure? The smooth step to me is step. You know, normally in a shader there's step, which means like it's 0 below and 1 above. But if you do smooth step, you have 2 edges, and it's 0 below this edge, and it's 1 above this edge, but it linearly interpolates between these 2 edges. Are you thinking of something different? I mean, that's what this... Is that not true? I mean, to me, the drawing of a smooth step looks like... It's like black, 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 black to whatever edge 1 is. Then it's gray. And then it's 1. And I guess by adjusting that, you can say like when and where the interpolation happens. But this is, I mean, does it implicitly have a curve in it? I didn't know that. I mean, I thought it was linearly between, like this point right here, I guess is where edge 2 is. See where it flattens out? And it's kind of hard to see, but it looks like there's a flat point here. But I guess if you're saying it's not a linear interpolation between those two, I would believe you. Like if between the two, okay. Well, it does 2 things, I guess. Because it doesn't just do that, it also crops. Yeah. So I don't think I actually knew that, or I didn't remember it. Because, you know, straight up step, I think is just cuts it off. I always use it like as a truncation. I guess I didn't even... So what is the right way to do that in processing though? Yeah, so what is the... I mean, I can just square, you know, I could make it a like... I mean, a cubic curve is easy because I just square time, right? Like that's the easy way to get it to... lerp in, lerp out. S-curve, yeah, it's almost like sinusoidal easing, like a sine ease, right? Is that true? But the easiest of eases, isn't the easiest of all eases just to square this? Is this how you square? Doesn't that give me a... Okay, well that's an ease out. And I don't really want an ease out. Does this also give me an ease in? I gotta think of what the... I mean, whatever, let's just do the thing. There's that dude who wrote every easing function on Earth, and all you have to do is steal it. So if we want to ease a sinusoidal ease out, for example... Or we probably want a pretty substantial one. I don't think we... Sorry, we don't want to ease... Ugh. We don't want to ease in. We want to ease out. I don't think P5 has... I mean, maybe... Oops. I mean, these are just drawing. You can draw curves, but as far as like interpolation, I mean, I could just be not remembering. I mean, you know, whatever. I just always go pick the easing function that seems like the easing function I want to use. And I want to ease out. I always get that in my mind, my whole life I've gotten that backwards because I think of easing out like from the start, like oh, I'm easing out of my starting position and I'm easing into my ending position, but that's obviously the opposite. So, I mean, we can have a nice little rubber band, we can have a nice little bounce. And these are usually really simple. Yeah, you know. Easy peasy little dudes, but I think a cubic out is just this. So, x times 3 minus 2 times x. Weird. But it does clamp. Anyway, I mean, this works for me. Just a little ease out. But do we get weird with our t? So we did get kind of weird with our t, right? Because we are like, I don't know exactly what I want to do with that, honestly. Because if we want some stuff to have like sort of a different timeline, I don't really have a great way that I like to do that in JavaScript, really. Like, I don't want to get into some like keyframey business. I don't remember what I did last time, honestly. I may have just had two totally separate ages, and one of them was for animation, essentially, and one of them was for let's do this. My new favorite thing. Let's arbitrarily scope things. And then we can get weird with them. And because in this case, we really want to say, let this is like double speed. And then this can be t equals whatever we said our dude was. Basically, I mean, it's just cubic. It's not very fancy. And then we can just use t in here. That's funny. I use smooth step pretty often as like clamping with interpolation. I don't think I ever realized that it was nonlinear. Okay, so now we have some easing at the end. It's just a bit too chaotic. So now we could go back and do this. Like, get our physics back in business. And so we'd start out with a little bit more, you know, we'd start out with our like physicsy kind of dude, and then get into something else. You think it should be a constant velocity? I mean, if that's the point, if it's going to be a different lerp speed based on distance, then I shouldn't be lerping. I should just be attracting. You're basically saying, like, if the distance is further, it should have a longer lifetime, essentially. Like, that would be, I mean, as far as the way this is written. You know, it's funny, though. This lerp is especially weird because we're not really lerping. Yeah, the way I'm lerping here, like, easing out of this is really weird because we're kind of like, This is a pretty weird one. Actually, I think we do want to ease out. I mean, we do want to ease in and out in this case because I think we want to, like, start in our... let's just grab this. Because we want to start in our simulation-ish world, I'm getting caught up in this stuff. This is we can always tune this stuff later. So ease in out cubic, because that'll let us stay a little longer in our physicsy business, right? Something like that. Broke it because I didn't this dot. So that means we're like staying longer in our I mean, it goes pretty nuts. I don't think this is better. I think it's kind of funny. Yeah, I think, I mean, the idea is that they get there and they'll settle for a while and it'll be like the night sky. But I think the trick is that we don't want all particles to do this, right? I think we don't want all particles to be, I don't think we want every particle to become a particle in the night sky, basically. I think we want some particles just to be particles that are going to fall down and disappear. And then I would say we also want to say that we really don't want to distribute to the whole screen. We just want to pick a radius, you know, within a few hundred pixels of where the mouse is, and only add to the night sky there. So it would kind of encourage people to move around, because I could just sit here and it would fill out the whole screen over time. There's no reason for me to do anything. And it looks goofy when it flies all over the place. So I think, yeah, the idea is kind of, we want to randomize, our randomized position should not be anywhere on the screen. It should just be within a circle. So we have to remember how to do that, which I guess is just like a random polar to Cartesian. Is that the easiest way to do that? To get like random within a unit circle. What's the easiest equation for that? The easiest way I can think of is random angle, random radius, and random angle, random radius, and then convert those to Cartesian, or is there an easier random inside unit circle? Random in unit circle. I wonder what Unity does. Like, is there some easier way? Yeah, radius and theta, and then go to Cartesian. Okay, that's what I thought. Does, yeah. So that's fine. So when we get our target up here, we just want like let I don't know, 0 to 100, and let a equal 0 to 2 pi. 2 pi. I don't remember what if p5 uses radians or not. 2 pi. Seems like radians to me. Okay, so we have a radius, and we have that, and then let x is equal to. I always forget this formula. What is it? It's x plus the cosine of theta. So it's wherever I am. Dot x. It's plus, or sorry, it's the radius times the cosine of a theta. I like better. I don't know. I don't like. I mean, R, I guess, is acceptable. I just don't like abbreviations. Okay, is it x plus the cosine of theta, and y is the sine of theta? Is that right? Sine of theta. And then then my target is x, y, and this whole goober can be, just encapsulate all this a little bit, or not even encapsulate, scope it a little. It's pretty funny that over time, my SOHCAHTOA? I remember my SOHCAHTOA, I just don't remember my, I just forget how that, forget how that relates. Well, wait, this is so wrong. What did I do? Oh, well, obviously, this. Wrong. I guess I mean, you're right, of course. I was about to say, like, I remember SOHCAHTOA in terms of triangles, but circles and triangles are really the same thing. Okay, the thing that's just super weird here is this thing where the where they can end up like extremely far from the place. Wouldn't be so bad without the gravity, I guess. It really appears like the gravity is actually the problem. And so if we didn't apply acceleration, which we don't really need. I mean, we're getting weird. We don't need acceleration really because we're weirdos and we're like already doing this like interpolation on top of a simulation here. So maybe we just don't need that at all. It still is a weird thing where they're going to hit a certain point and then kind of interpolate into their home positions. But this isn't too bad. It's avoiding that thing where they want to like go across the whole world. And it does leave like some obvious empty spots where you maybe do want to go in and kind of give them a little nudge. Okay, this isn't so bad. I think this is okay for now. The thing that we're missing here is the idea of there being some like underlying secret pattern that we're going to reveal over time with these stars. So let's do a couple things. Let's randomize the lifetime. Like between 10 seconds and 30 seconds? I don't know. Maybe that's a bad number. I feel like we're going to need two different lifetimes, sort of. Like there'll be the amount of time it takes to get to its home, and there'll be the amount of time that it's alive. And I think that those will be kind of two different things. Ken Perlin isn't vegan anymore. Whoa, what happened? How many years was he vegan? It was a really long time, wasn't it? Oh my gosh. What a shock. A decade or three? I think this year, no, I guess it was last year, was 20 years for me. Maybe I should eat Ken Perlin. Like, eat him alive. Okay. That's pretty funny when it just gets stuck. But this would never happen unless someone, I mean, somebody could do this, I guess, if they really wanted to. If somebody really wanted to, they could just... Okay, what do we want to do next? We want to do the invisible hidden thing. Or do we want to do the... problem here is it seems like we're ending up with this particle life at this emission rate, we end up with a whole lot of particles per person. And so I guess you could be figuring out some kind of off-screen buffer where like as they came to sit still, you were sticking them in a buffer, because we're getting to the point where it's like maybe there's enough particles that we need to be like slightly concerned about the number of particles. Maybe it was a raw steak covered in honey. Maybe it was a raw steak. Maybe it was a live cow and a handful of bees. Okay, leaving your mouse in position for a minute is kind of funny, but you just end up with a weird splat. I mean, this is probably a whole lot of... can I see this? Can I see, like, this dot... comets? No. It'd be like comets dot... comets 0 dot emitter dot particles dot length. So that's 602. That's not terrible. I mean, as soon as you have 10 people, that's 60,000. And like, you know, we're not exactly accelerated over here. Exactly. It's not restrictive diets, not a smooth step. It's a step only. I can't believe I didn't know that. I mean, I obviously can believe I didn't know that, but it's just kind of funny because like I always thought of step as just a counterpart to smooth step. In my mind, maybe I knew that at one point. You know, because step is normally there's just like it's a step. It's literally like black one way and white the other way. It's 0 one way, it's 1 the other way. And so I never really thought of... I mean, I guess I knew it was interpolation. I guess that's the missing part, is I didn't realize it was Hermite in interpolation, if that's the correct way to pronounce that. I'm familiar with Hermite curves. Am I saying that name correctly? You never can tell with mathematicians. How do you say it? Hermé? He's French. Can I hear it? Why can't... Let's see. Is it Hermé? Just want to hear someone say the name.
Charles Hermite was a French mathematician.
Well, that's a robot reading this, so...
pronouncenames.com.
François Tristan l'Hermite.
Hermite? I don't know. Okay. That's always like, you know, whatever. It's like nobody knows when they first start out how to pronounce Euler, and nobody knows. That's the main one, I guess. There's others though, aren't there? Like, aren't there? There's some mathematicians that it's clear if someone has never heard it pronounced before, because it obviously isn't pronounced the way that it looks. I feel like Euler is the classic version of that you run into all the time. So it makes me very self-conscious about... I've always read this as Hermite curves, but I don't actually know. Pronounce it. I know. Actually, I would like that. I would like some. I mean to do that sometimes, but then every time I go to Wikipedia, I assume I'm going to click it, and like some robot's going to read it to me. And the robot doesn't read it to me. It's a real tragedy. That's kind of crazy. I mean, well, whatever. It just seems like this would be a much heavier thing. Okay, well, I learned a new thing today. So we got lots of stars. Maybe it should also be a function of velocity. Like if you're moving a lot, the size of your radius can be bigger because you're all over the place. But it doesn't really matter because it's always going to be kind of local to where you emit, and I think that's pretty fine. So I'm fairly okay with this. So what should we do next? We can either do our hidden thing, or we can do the like networking basics piece. To do the networking basics piece, we'd have to quickly write a backend, but it wouldn't take any time. Especially since it's a backend I've written a trillion times and then forget every time and just write it again. I guess we just quickly do a glitch thing, right? Ben, how's it going? Ben, don't look, it's JavaScript. Don't you'll burn your eyes. Ben, protect your eyes. There's JavaScript on the screen. It's censored. I should have marked this as a, like, not safe for... Yeah, sorry, Ben, I'm so sorry. Mark this as, like, not safe for work stream. This is mature audiences stream only. I did a thing years ago. Let's see, find that tutorial again. Net Magazine, Scott, Garner, P5. Didn't we find that? Yeah, a long time ago I did like a P5 tutorial for some magazine. I should have just looked at this because it looks like I wrote it really easily. Like it looks like I did a really easy... Yeah, all I did was just lerp to a position over time. So this was all of the code for that thing. So I don't know. Not that we have a ton more code, but anyway, the idea was that you would like... Why is this video private? It was just a simple thing that you would kind of paint around with your mouse, and then it would like reveal a message, like a hidden message in the sky. And so I'm just kind of recreating this, but it's going to be networked. So it's for Winter Lights. And we should probably lower the emission every 50 milliseconds or something. It's not going to be as good. I guess we could make the emission a function of the number of people, and there's there'll just be a divider for the number of people. Okay, well, we want to do a couple things actually. So we do want to, I think we do want to draw where the emitter is. So let's have an ellipse at where is the source of the emitter, which in this case really would just be mouse X, mouse Y. So we can just have a big circle where the emission is coming from. It can be even bigger than that. Okay, now we have our little sparkle ball. And that means we could, if we wanted, probably do this cursor none. Was it pointer none? Pointer, okay, that was it. So now we can have a little custom cursor, whatever. And then the stars, I really probably do want to simplify this a little bit, but oh well. Where do we say no stroke? So let's just never do that. And then this is the fill 255, 255, and that will be the alpha. And then these can have a little bit of alpha, I guess. So these can be 250. I can't remember if alpha is like a whatever 8-bit integer kind of thing. Okay. Seemingly yes. Those don't literally look like stars, but that's okay. I was going to do the networking part next week, but I kind of just want to do a really quick little simple version. Oh, this is not good. This is randomizing their opacity over time. And that's a good way to have a bad time. This opacity equals random 128 to 55, and then we could dampen that over time, I guess, as well. Okay, a little opacity variation. I don't like it. I don't think I like it. Maybe we'll change these little sprites instead. I mean, I really probably should be doing this in something that is GPU accelerated. I mean, from that standpoint, I think, well, I was about to say, you can do that. Browsers do sometimes accelerate the DOM, so you could have these as like divs, but I think you have to use CSS animation to do that. Anyway, whatever. We've got fun little sparkles. So let's do this. I just can't resist, apparently. Let's just glitch me. I've been using glitch lately. Glitch, I thought I really liked glitch for a while, but then I think I decided that it's just kind of more annoying than it's worth. It's just, I think when they started trying to make it into a product and want to charge money for it, which is understandable. I mean, I get it. It just became sort of annoying. So let's do the, oh, that's funny. They have a SQLite version, and they have, they have a React example. So let's use Fastify, which I don't know how to use, but let's just use it. And this will just be for the, like the little drawing pad, and for the, so what can I rename you? I don't remember how to do this. Settings. Can I change this name? Can I not rename this project? Edit details on project page. How do I change the name? I feel like this used to be easier. I feel like you used to just be able to type here. What happened? What am I missing? Don't tell me they like made it where you have to pay to rename your project. If that's true, I think we're done. Okay, I'm clicking here. I can't edit here. But if I click settings, which looks different to me than I remember it. Click settings, edit details on project page. Okay, so now you do have to go here. So once I go here, click edit details. Okay, well, it used to be easier. I guess it was less obvious before. So I have to go to edit details on project page, edit details. Now I can rename this. So we'll call it CETI Winter Lights. Not thrilled. Not thrilled by this. Okay, I feel like they changed everything. How do I view this project now? I'm like actually at a loss here. Preview? Is this it? Open a preview phone. Okay. Like I haven't been here a while and suddenly nothing is the same. Okay, so we actually, what do we actually want? I mean, there's so much stuff here we don't care about. Do I care? No. I really don't. We just got to remember how to do this in Fastly. We basically want nothing but a simple WebSocket server and a, Fastify. I don't know. I don't even know what point of view is. Never heard of that package in my life. But we do want the, is it WS package or WebSockets package? I think it's this one. It's funny that this has keywords express, but they're not using express, they're using Fastify. I don't think we did this. I don't think we need this. Okay. All right. And let's just rename this index.html. Good enough. Good enough. What's going on with our server? So that's just for static. Point of views templating manager. SEO data, no thanks. Well, it's not a very good example. I feel like there's lots of fluff in here, and I think fluff is not how you make a good example. So if this is, there's a get. Oh, I see. Interesting. Well, we don't want any of this. Okay, we probably still want that. That's all fine. We're not going to be posting at all. What we do want is yeah. And I'm sure I've broken something. Oops. Get out here. Okay, logs. Seems like I'm listening. I just don't know how the static stuff works. Oh, I see. So we would want this actually inside just a folder called public, presumably. Right? That would be the like kind of normal express way. Do you want to do it? Great. I'm going to try this again. Great. It's going very well. Hi. So, yeah, I just don't really know how to use Fastify. You would think that it would be director name, public, the prefix would be here. So you would think that we could just, I don't really know why. Like why they decided to not to express. I don't know. Prefix public. Prefix the root. And then you would think that the thing would be just serve a static page from the place, right? Is that crazy? That doesn't seem like that should be hard, right? Also, why? So my app is listening. Preview in a new window, shall we? But we're not getting any errors here. Well, we're getting a 401 for the fave icon, but that's fine. But like, why aren't we getting actually errors? You know? Like, why? Oh, that's fancy. You would think that we would see a problem, right? Right? Like if there was something actually wrong here? Okay, whatever. Let's try to do... Oh, actually, what's Fastify? It's probably different than Express, right? So we probably need to figure out how to do this. Did we just switch to Express? Do we need Fastify WebSocket? Oops. This feels like a waste of time. But I sort of want to know why. Like, you'd assume there's some kind of reason. Useless. Right? If there's some kind of reason they decided to do this. I just am really baffled by this, that it would like, if there's a problem, that's fine, but why? The logs are not helping. Unless you like, actually, do we also have to have get? I mean, we could just do this. Like, my normal assumption would be that, you know, the normal assumption is just to look in the public folder and then just serve the content that's in here. So that seems like that should be really easy. Like Fastify, we get that. We have log level. Okay, is this why I'm not getting any logging? Well, maybe we want this. And listen separately. Doesn't feel like we need this prefix. The root path joined your name public. Is it because of this? It's weird that it would show like that it wouldn't show any requests. Seems crazy to me. Like, it's fine if it's broken, just tell me. Also, why did the title of the site not change? Great. Okay, is that part of why this is broken? Is because I made some changes to this, but oh boy. It doesn't exist? Maybe that's the actual problem, is this project doesn't exist? Okay, cool. Thanks. Thank you. Okay, now? Yes, now it works. Okay, so we were probably actually fine. It was just a stupid thing. Okay, let's say you're false, I guess. Okay, and then do I have to use the WebSocket module? I don't really care. It's fine, I guess. This is from Fastify. Seems reasonable. Ben saw JavaScript and just immediately left. He was like, out of here. None of that. I get it. I really do. I mean, I could be like Dracklin. We could just no more JavaScript, just C# front end, C# back end. Let's do it. I mean, I guess it wouldn't really be C# front end in the browser. We would just do everything. That doesn't seem tenable, really. to do WASM, just assembly everything. Is that the way to go? Okay, so what are we adding? Fastify WebSocket? Sure. I don't know if this is better than the Fastify WS though. Which one's the which one is the one? I guess we'll go with the one that looks like it's from the authors of the package. So all we want, there's better be a way to do this. No broadcast? That's all I want. Which is basically just anytime a message comes in, you want to iterate through all clients, but how do I do that? How do I do? I don't know why I do this to myself. Emitter.emit. This looks like way more code than I want. I really just want to say, if I get a message, I want to send to everybody. Like that. We'll try a real search engine. You need to use some sort of pub sub support. I don't want to do that. Okay, but I am only doing this, so this is fine. We don't need to pub sub. This is totally adequate. In this instance, all we need to do is this, right? We're just gonna like, when we get a message, is this the way to do this? Seems weird. That's really how we do this? Seems weird. So basically you want to say, anytime there is a message, and they're good, then we want to just send the message to everybody, right? Is that that's our general, I mean, for this tiny terrible version, that's the thing to do. What's the auto format? Isn't there a, I don't know how to do anything now. How do you auto format? Auto refresh, light, dark. Let's go dark. Sure. Oh, it's this button. Prettier. Okay, now it's pretty. Okay, so I didn't respond. So is this because I did this and I really need to do like /WS or whatever? And then we get hi here, and then we connect via WebSockets. We should have a thing that anytime you send data, and we'll want to check and make sure that you don't get your own messages, but like, this seems like the very basic, terrible version of this, and that's good enough to start with. And we can like, whatever, put it somewhere meaningful if actual humans are going to use it. Okay, so then the thing we need to do over in this land is a script that's going to do this thing. This thing? No, we decided we don't do it that way. We do it this way. And we say, I don't know. What's the syntax? Well, that's a cute tiny window. I mean, this all gets annoying with like opening and so on. Like, I feel like you do a bad job, MDN, with your examples. Gotta say. I gotta tell you. Okay, it's gonna be can it be HTTPS? Oh no, it's WSS. CETI Winter Lights.glitch.me /WS, and then it's gonna be We need all the events like on. I mean, I will for sure. Oh, this thing. Okay, this. Okay. Great. Okay, let's try to have fewer things happening here. So close preview pane, preview a new window, come over here, inspect this, see what we've done wrong, because I've certainly done something incorrectly. Okay, so, what did I forget? CETI Winter Lights glitch.me, that seems good. WSS seems correct. /WS seems correct. When we get an open, let's say we connected. What am I forgetting? I guess we could try to log on the server side too. So whenever someone connects, oops. So we did connect, and then we're saying that from this connection, anytime there's a message, we should log that message. So let's try that. Okay, so I probably just did something really silly. What really silly thing did I do? We said socket is equal to new WebSocket. We said socket.add event listener open. It doesn't look too crazy. We said when open, we're supposed to log connected, and I don't seem to be logging anything. So what tremendously obvious thing am I missing? We refresh, we get the connected. We don't see that we're connected here. So we're logging that we're connected here. Is this bad that I'm not like responding and saying, hey, you're good? Is that the problem here? Are we supposed to say, hey, you're good? Doesn't seem like it. Right? We're saying we've got this crap, we've got this crap, we've got all this crap. We see a connection happening. Are we not doing something that we're supposed to do to like validate or verify or whatever little thing? What extraordinarily obvious thing are we not doing? I mean, even aside from this, like, you know, pretending this isn't even happening yet, I guess it's possible that this is breaking and we're not getting a response. But like, we should be logging, we should say anytime there's a message from this particular connection, we should log that connection. And in here we're saying, as soon as we open, we should say hello to the server. So like, what is the missing? What's the missing piece here? Like, why is this broken? What incredibly obvious thing is it? What incredibly obvious thing is it? The answer is... The answer is I don't know. We get the open event. I kind of feel like that's all there is to it. Am I like forgetting something here? Am I not logging something? Quirks mode. I don't care if you're a real HTML page. I just want to see the console. We say we're connecting. We're never getting this. Why are we never getting the open event? So our const socket is equal to the WebSocket server we want to connect to. CETI Winter Lights /ws, which I would think is all fine. And then is this a job for Postman? It's time to break out Postman. Does Postman have secret things? This looks like a job for Postman. Wait, there's a deal on a vacuum. Hold the phone. Tell me about this vacuum deal. Okay, it's not what I'm looking for. Okay, what obvious thing am I forgetting here? It feels so silly. This... Okay, that's not too secret. I gotta be so careful about this. Who knows what things I was testing? Okay. Let's close all of these windows. So much of it is testing heat stuff. Okay. So what are we doing? We want to do the new thing, right? Where there's the new... No, we don't want to create a workspace. There's that new thing. Not a team. It's like the new window that shows the WebSocket requests. There we go. I just don't know who to blame. I mean, I guess I'm tempted to blame the Fastify stuff because I've done this a trillion times. And again, no real reason that I'm doing it this way, but here we are. Okay, so if we connect here, we got a 502 error. And that's pretty weird. But we did get it connected, so it does seem like a problem here. So I bet we actually are getting an error, I would assume, even on the browser side, and I'm just not logging the on error, which probably would have been an obvious thing to do. Bad gateway. I mean, I have to say, it is a little suspicious that nothing returned on that get, right? Like, isn't that weird? That nothing returned. Like, we had the request, but nothing. Doesn't it seem weird that we're not returning a thing? I guess you don't really have to if you've... Like, what are we doing wrong? There's just something in here that's obviously silly that should be clear. Why are we getting a 502? Oh, this was clearly a bad idea, but you know, here we are. So what are we gonna do now? Bad gateway. Oh, wait. Well, okay. Wait, is this the stupid, where glitch requires a header for WebSockets? But I always forget about, like, you have to have a user agent. New WebSocket server. I mean, that looks real simple. Okay, this may be a separate problem. Like, using Postman actually could just be a totally not the thing to do. So how do you do the thing? I want to forgot that glitch has some weird weird restrictions about how to connect. So how do we do this? Network. Okay, we shouldn't do this here though. I guess it doesn't really matter. So it's like status pending. It's like we haven't actually, the connection hasn't actually happened. I just really feel like there's some dumb thing here. I don't know. I'm giving up on Pacify. We've already wasted too much time on this. So how do I see my stupid sketchbook? I'm sure there's a trillion versions of like... I mean, this is probably... This probably does the exact thing I want to do, and it's already done, so I shouldn't have even bothered, but oh well. Right, like this is basically the exact thing. It'll call the client and do all this stuff. Let's do this for now, because I'm pretty sure this just does the thing. Like a message comes in, it goes through. Make sure it's not coming, you know, back to you. Okay. And then we just need to be sure that we get this package, which is really just Express and WS. Looks like. Sorry, Fastify. Express is fine. I feel like I already did this on a stream once too. Also, like, it's like, oh, they're using Fastify. I wonder why. And then waste a bunch of time trying to figure out why. So, now what? Client connected. That's more promising. Connecting, connected. Okay. So now we just need to do the same goofball thing of, I guess we'll just P5 this also. And, you know, just grab this stuff for now. Oops. Oh, now that I've been in that other editor. Okay, so now we want to say, like, we really don't care about listening to the server. The main thing we want to do is draw a little. Actually, maybe this does need to be in the same scope. Oh, I can't remember. Same script tag, sorry. We'll just have a setup. And we will have a draw, and we'll have a on mouse move. Is that important? Hard to tell sometimes. Mouse moved. I need to stop using DuckDuckGo. It's just not good. In my mind, I want it to be good, but it's not. It just isn't. So mouse dragged. Does that mean... Okay, that's kind of what we really want. I wonder if that applies to finger touches. Guess we'll find out. So let's just try this to start with. And remember, we have to do all of the dumb nonsense here. So we basically want to say whenever the mouse is dragged, we want to say socket.send JSON.stringify. Oops. X colon mouse X, Y colon mouse Y, something like this. So I've hidden my cursor. Oh, it's hard to go between them bindings and this. Let's just do this and do this and do this and do this. Just don't do that. Don't tell me. I'm going to hit save no matter what. You're not going to convince me to get rid of 20 years of muscle memory for saving. It's not going to happen, Glitch. It's bad of you to even presume this. Okay, so then what's wrong here? Right. We can't do this inside here. That's fine. Where? Well, first of all, you're not a const. And second of all, we need to do like if. Okay, so we're presumably sending data. Let's log it on the server just to be sure. And then we need some kind of identifier, like some kind of client identifier, I guess. Okay, I'm not seeing that log on the server. Why not? Oh, did I not connect to the proper, this guy? I did. What's wrong here? This is wrong. Okay, so we're getting this. It's coming in as a buffer. Not normal. That's kind of weird because I'm sending it as a string. I don't remember that coming in as a buffer like that, but okay, that's fine. So that should mean that we can then receive that on the client side, right? Like we should be able to now receive what's going on this window on our client side. So let's not log this. And then, you know, we'll have lots of dumb WebSocket stuff to fix, but it's not that big of a deal. And okay, so now if we go back to here, and then we have some WebSocket code. No, we should just steal from ourselves. You can go away. Thank you for doing your job. I mean, I don't even know if I need to really wrap that inside of a little startup doodad. Let's try not wrapping it in the startup doodad. So basically this is going to be if we get a message from the server, which let's do this and hopefully we get connected, and let's go here and we get message from server and it's a blob, which I don't remember that. Did I do something special to do that? Because I thought we were, okay, let's check a couple things. We are definitely stringifying the data before we send it, right? So we are saying the mouse drags, and then we want to socket send that data stringified. And then on the server, we're saying if we get the data, then loop through everybody and send it. But I really thought it was, I just don't remember that. That the WS client coming in as a binary, or like as a buffer. Is that weird? I really thought that was a... Oh, now I've gotten lost. It's in here, right? No, it's here. So it's a blob. Message from server is a blob. I don't remember that. Is this not the library I normally use? Why did I think that? It's my own fault at this point, obviously. Why do I use this terrible search engine that does nothing? This is bad search engine. Or like buffer. Like I don't remember having to do this before. I feel like there's some piece I'm forgetting. Like, why is it a buffer here? Why is it... What is this incoming data? Maybe I did that on purpose. What is the incoming? What even is that? How weird. Function data. Oh, I guess that's just like a made-up function name. It means nothing. And then is binary, let's say false. Okay. Is that? So there's on message, on connection. Where does is binary come from? Let's simplify this a little bit. I don't know why I wrote this the way I wrote it. Probably was copying and pasting nonsense. So I'm gonna get a WebSocket. Yeah, the on function is just what I don't. And I guess it kind of goes by what the data type is, but like, am I just doing something goofy here? Presumably? That's the data. So what if I just said hi? Hi. It still thinks it's binary. If I said, and is that happening here? What are you seeing? Yeah, you're getting a 2-character blob. I'm confused. Oops. What is this? Sending and receiving text kind of looks like it's just send text, receive text. So is there something different about, that seemed crazy. It's just a string. Am I just forgetting something critical here? Seems pretty weird. I just don't remember this being an issue in the past. That's the data from the event. Yeah, I mean, really should just be JSON stringify our little data payload, and it should be exactly what we're logging. And then am I doing anything weird here? Nothing looks weird. I mean, can I do this? Again, can I do that on the client side then? Deep local in Pittsburgh?
I just want to go back.
Yeah, Matt Epler worked there straight out of ITP, and I went in and talked to them once. I think he left there a long time ago though. They long did. I mean, I honestly haven't heard their name in a long time. They used to do some pretty cool fabrication-y kinds of stuff and installation-y kind of stuff. Mid-teens, but I honestly haven't heard much from them recently. Do you have a lead for Deep Local? You gonna go hang out in Pittsburgh? Okay, well this is just embarrassing at this point. Just making things too complicated. I just don't remember ever having to think about this before, but like, I don't know. That comes in as a blob. Can I do... Who does text? I just truly do not remember ever having to do this before. Like, I don't... It feels like I must be doing something different. Oh, is your friend moving to Pittsburgh? Yeah, this isn't working. I've never seen this. I don't know. Did something change? Like, this is 8 days ago. Okay, so is this like... So dude here is sending a client stringify message. How funny. I just don't remember this ever being a problem before. Am I losing my mind? Maybe I'm losing my mind. I'm pretty sure I just always like sent data straight through with this. So, okay, just to see. This doesn't sound right, but let's try it. Like, I can't just do this to a blob. I mean, sorry, parse. Or can I? No, of course not. That'd be absurd. But I can do it. This is so weird. I don't remember ever having to do this. JSON stringify here. Maybe something changed since the last time I used this? It seems like it'd be a pretty big change. Right? Doesn't that seem crazy? I mean, presumably I could do this. It's going to come in as quite binary, right? Wait, am I not logging it anymore? Yes, I am. Okay. And then if you're here... We're getting the message. How weird. I just don't remember that being an issue. I mean, it's probably better in the end anyway, but kind of a weird one. So what we need is an arbitrary ID. We've definitely done this before. Yep, sure have. What have we done? How have we done this before? Whatever. We'll just say, like, over here on the little drawing side. This is not the way to do this, but let's just do it for now. Let ID equal random between 1 and 1,000,000. And then we'll just pass ID in here. No problem there. 1 in a million chance of getting the same ID? That'll never happen, right? What if 1 million people connect? Uh-oh. What did I do wrong? 39? Comma. Okay. ID is undefined. Why would that be true? Because of this. Okay, it gives me a random float. I mean, that's fine, I guess. Let's do this. Okay. So we'll get a different ID. And so now we can go back to this land, maybe. And we just need to think about this a little bit. So like our initial client, when we add our initial one, this new comment, we need to give it an, what do we want to give it? I mean, could we could just give it a whole. Let's give it the current. We'll give it a position. We'll just seed it with this, right? So this is going to be like ID, and then we'll get the this.id will be equal to that, and then we'll pass this down into the emitter. I think because that's something we're going to want to know. Or do we keep that here? So we'll do this. For just like the negative 1th comet. So we know that'll never collide. We'll stick it in here. We'll create a vector at x and y. We'll create a emitter. Yeah, I don't even know if it makes sense for the comet to care, or if that just always goes down to the emitter. You know, like, does the comet care where you are, or is it more important for the emitter to know? And I don't know. I don't know the answer. So we kind of want to do this. We also just want like the idea of like a local comet, you know, like we want like a local version so we can test everything, but then we want to have this idea of some that get like added and removed as needed. But so how do we want to do that? I don't know. I'm just going to start working on it, and maybe it will emerge as it comes through. So like, for example, as we get this data, we want to parse data or something. Event.data. And then for now, let's just do it like this. We'll have a function parse data. Yeah, I don't know. And it will take the data, and then let's go ahead and JSON parse. Let's call this a process data. Because actually, let's go ahead and make it where like even our mouse movements will go through this same thing, right? Like, so we'll even send our mouse movements through this same thing, where we will get, yeah, I think that's the way to do this. Okay, so basically, if a parse data comes in, first we want to find if our ID exists, right? So we want to find like, so we'll have our comment, and then we need to do like comments.forEach comment. I mean, we could do something like a filter where, is that the way to do this? Do a filter and see if there's one. I don't know if that's faster or slower or what. Because you could do a filter that's like, I think it would be something like return comment.id is equal to this seems a little weird. Like you want to know if it's there or not, basically, and then update it if it is. So we'd say like let our filtered comments. There's lots of ways to do this. We could iterate ourselves, obviously. Maybe we'll do that because this just feels a little weird. So we'll just do comments.forEach, and then just say like if comment is equal to data.id. What I really want to do is return, can I do something like this? I feel like this is almost a thing I can do. Almost. Right? Like, I want my comment to be equal, like, hey, go in there and find the thing and do it. Maybe that's silly, but whatever. Okay. And then if comment, and else, we're going to add a new one. Right? And do we really only update the comments when data comes in? I think not, because we need to be able to update them. We need to be able to update them for animation, right? So we need to be able to like update them. Also, how do I know that I'm updating the exact right one? It's kind of lame. Look, if I update this comment, that's not really the one in the collection, right? 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 Or is it? Like, does this make a copy? I'm iterating through those. Is that really the real one that I'm talking to? I don't actually know. But let's try comment dot what? I don't know. Something's a little, something feels off here. I mean, whatever. We're always going to be feeding through. So what did we say? The update. It doesn't really need to be there. Unless it's emitting, it doesn't need a position. So we don't necessarily need to know that yet. So let's not quite do that yet. So let's take a moment and see what's broken. And what we want to start doing instead is here in our draw loop. We want like a if mouse pressed. What's it called? Mouse is pressed. Mouse is pressed. Then we basically want to do a parse data with ID equals -1, X is mouse X, Y is mouse Y. Right? So the idea is that we're going to start trying to feed all of our data in this way, right? And then we really only want to say what am I making? I'm making a thing where you will, it's based on this old Net Magazine thing, where you would like draw and paint and it would reveal a message in the sky. So it's going to be like a projection that's a welcome projection. And you'll go in and there'll be a URL at the bottom and you'll draw on your phone. And as you draw on your phone, it will like fill the night sky with particly stars, but they will congregate around to reveal a message. So this was the old version from the magazine. And I did this in a silly way, and maybe I'll do it in a different way. I don't really know. Maybe who knows? Maybe I'll just use all the same stuff. I did it, the way I did it before is like when upon a mission, it would like look and try to find a pixel that was black or white. I don't know. It was very simple. Honestly, I should have just started with this code because it was fine and it was dead simple. But, you know, I just don't reuse things. Okay, so the thing that is missing, I think, is how we want to decide when a thing is emitting. And I think, generally speaking, we want to say, like, as long as data is coming in, we want to say the emitter is emitting, but then we want to set some kind of timer so that it knows to stop emitting if no movement has happened after a certain amount of time, basically. So it'll only emit, say, for 1 second, up to a second after data has come in, whether it's from the mouse locally or remotely. So that does mean we probably need to rethink this a little bit. So this is probably not really the way to do this. It's probably something more like this. Like it'd be a new comment here, and then something like this. And then that'll always just turn on. We'll make a new comment, yeah, and then we just need to refresh, and that's distinct from an update, which that naming is not ideal, but we'll go with it for the moment. So we won't even have this here. I mean, it could be like, oh yeah, I don't know. Think about what our terminology is going to be. For now, we'll just do this, and this will mean this dot emitting is equal to true, and no, this dot emitter.emitting will be equal to true. And it will mean that, like, where are we choosing to emit these? Is it part of the constructor? Yeah, so really this should be like an X and a Y here. That'll be the spawn X and spawn Y. And then whenever we decide to make a particle, which is here, that would be the emit. And right now we're deciding to emit. Who decides to emit? The emitter does. The emitter decides to emit, but is that really right? Should the you could also make the case, I guess, that the comet should tell the emitter when to emit. Because we don't really have a way to, like, I mean, we can just feed this in, I guess. And that'll just be just like start with an empty vector for where we are. And then as, for example, we get a refresh XY, we can say like this dot position dot X equals X and this dot position dot Y equals Y. And then update would take, now when you call this update, you would call this update would take up this dot position. And this would take a position and it would emit at the position. And then this would be, when we emit down here, this would be the bond position. I think you're supposed to copy it. Okay. So, you cannot read properties undefined. We can copy 145. The spawn position undefined. So we got this position. This dot position, the constructor, we have a create vector here. This position XYZ. This dot method update with this dot position, which should be that. And that should emit with the position that was from here, and spawn's position should be, do that wrong? Copy gets copy. Huh. What's wrong? Why would that ever be true? We have a comet. There's a position's create vector. That's at the moment of construction. So that couldn't be undefined. Position X equals X, position Y equals Y. That seems reasonably valid. We're calling this dot position. This dot position when we call the emitter's update. In the emitter's update loop, we're calling, oh, we did that wrong. We don't emit at a position. I mean, we do, but this position needs to take that position. I mean, really emit just as this. So like, I don't know. Do we really need a method for that? I'm going to say no. I want as few methods as possible. Okay. Silly mistake. Okay. So that was bad because it looks like we created a trillion new comets. So somehow this didn't work, it feels like. So if comet, well, here's the problem. This should be if the comet ID is equal to comet ID. Still doesn't feel right. So we're supposed to loop through these comments, and we're supposed to say if the comment ID is equal to the data ID, return the comment. Otherwise, we'll make it all the way through there and we'll return undefined. And then if the comment is undefined, meaning we need to make a new one. Oh wait, did I have that? If it's undefined, we need to make a new one and give it the data.id, which in this case, our data ID is -1. We make a new one and then we push it. And then either way, we're going to refresh it and do that stuff. So the thing that feels wrong, this.id is equal to the ID. So this is wrong. Well, no, it's not, because that's all we're feeding here. Wait, right? We feed it the data ID. Yeah, we just are continually creating this. So why would that be true? Like, is this returning from this for each and not? You know what I mean? Like, is this actually not doing the thing that I think it should do? Probably not. I'm probably always getting undefined. I think this was just silly logic. This is what I get for just being ridiculous. Because I think this is returning this function, and I think that's meaningless, right? So maybe that filter would have been better, but whatever. Okay, let's just be a little less fancy and say let comment equal undefined, and then we'll iterate through these and look for a real comment. And I mean, the only thing I was avoiding was you know, this is our like search comment, not our real comment. This is when we're searching, then comment equals the search comment. Oops. So I don't know. I would just silliness didn't work. Okay, so we have this. We're never creating new stuff here. Problem is, if I move this and I just leave it, it's going to keep emitting. So that's a thing that we need to do. Like, I guess in this case, it's something maybe I want to cheat. That's something I don't typically do, is like rely on like pin down, pin up events. Certainly can, but I normally just like to say like, you're moving or you're not moving. But that kind of means this may work. I don't actually know. Let's see. Okay, we almost got there. Process data is not defined. So, okay, because I meant to rename it, then I didn't. Excuse me. Wait, did I not do the thing? Wait, first step. Good grief. Okay. Okay, so now we get a fun sparkly boy. So this is a remote connection. And then I can also still do my local collection. The issue is like that remote connection is just going to hang out there. And so either I have to have some facility for like a pin up, you know, which I can, or I have some facility for a timeout. And really, the pin up feels kind of unreliable enough that I probably want the timeout anyway. I guess everybody could have like a very slight hue shift or something like that. Like a very... just a little bit of like warmness or coolness. Okay, well, this does appear to work. Had I not wasted all the time on the Fastify stuff for no reason, it would have been easier to get there, but oh well. So let's try it on my phone. I kind of think it's not going to work on the phone. CETI, David, are you still there? CETI dash winter dash lights dot glitch dot me. You're here-ish. You want to try this? Let me paste this in the chat, and you can try it. Maybe it'll work. I don't know if it's going to work on mobile. Okay, it kind of does. It wants to scroll a lot. And of course the coordinates are off, so that is actually a thing I will have to do. I'll just switch to normalized coordinates. So we'll have to do all the dumb stuff to make mobile a little less dumb. Okay. Is one of these sparklers you? Which sparkler's David? I see 4 sparklers. You see messages in your console? Yeah, you see gray. You're drawing on my screen, not on yours. The console doesn't draw anything yet. I should probably put a cursor on there. Oh, I see you. Look at you go. Look at you sparkling along. What a beautiful sparkler. Okay. Wait, I'm going to refresh so it's only you. You'll be the only sparkler. Put on a performance. Fortunately, this has enough randomness that I don't think it would be possible to write something offensive. Although if Draclin were here, Draclin would probably figure it out. So, yeah, I do like the higher emission rate. I think I need to do something where the emission rate is like a function of how many people are connected. And if there's only one person drawing, you get really high emission. But then if there's 2 people, you split the emission between you. Something like that. Like some sense of the active number of people, basically. And I need like some kind of little icon to make it more clear that you're you. You wrote a word? Was it a bad word? Or was it a nice word? Did you just write poop? Teehee, says David. Yeah, well, okay. That's... I will say that was like 50% me being able to read what you said, and 50% just knowing who you are. Knowing you as a person. So it was like partially forensics and partially like psychological profiling. Okay, well this wasn't too bad for a few hours, I think. And honestly, it could have gone way faster if I had used the start I had before and if I hadn't messed around with Fastify. So the things to do are to like style it up a little bit, obviously. Make our stars a little more starry, add an actual sky. Wait, is that another person? Did someone else join? Who is it? Is it Ben? Ben loves to be like a secret lurker who secretly uses things on the stream. Should I click the link called poopfriends.com? I kind of don't think I should click it. Okay. Well, this is okay. Well, what am I looking at? Okay. This isn't what I was thinking of. What was the project? Who did it? Ben, you're... what was the project that was it Karen? Who did the giant toilet project at ITP? The like WebGL toilet project. Surely you know what I'm talking about, Dave. Laura, does that still exist? Guess that doesn't really seem like a Karen kind of project. Ordinary life or everyday, yeah. And then you just like jumped in a toilet. Anyway, that's top tier ITP. Okay, well, what are we gonna do with this thing? Does it need a little noise? I don't know. What I need to do is not make it fancy, and I need to make it done, and then if I have more time, I'll make it fancy. So I think our next stream, the goal of the next stream will be to take this and make it done. So actually, David, something important that came out of this that I forgot. Apparently, I did make an example for you that was Unity to Unity. Once upon a time, or I made an example for somebody. Maybe it was for me. Where did it go? Where did it go? Unity WS? I think this is the very dumb version of what you want. Like the dumbest of the dumb version. I mean, it's not the dumbest. It does have like some reconnection stuff. Actually, what do we do here? Oh wait, I think this is the one. This is the one I made for you with the cool button and the uncool button. Anyway, this thing with the cool button and uncool button, this Unity WS, if you connect to this this WebSocket server, unityws.glitch.me, I think if you connect from Unity, anything you send to it will get sent to anyone else connected to it. So if you use this, and you can just use it as is, like you don't have to make a copy, you can just connect to unityws.glitch.me, and then you use my WebSocket package, or whatever you currently have, but the nicer package is how bad a job is DuckDuckGo gonna do? Scott Garner. Oh my gosh, it actually got it. Is this really it? I think this is it. This is that's the Unity WebSocket package it's just a package version of the thing I've done before, but it's like, I had it in so many places, I tried to do this Unity package. So I think you can just go into the Unity package manager and just add a get URL, and it will automatically add it. And there's a couple of examples in it, maybe. And I think it may actually already be pointing to this, now that I think about it. But anyway, so with this thing, and the other thing, I think you can, maybe that would be the basics of Unity many to many. And then you can turn that into one to many or many to one just by deciding who listens and who doesn't. And you can turn it to one by only having two people connected. But I think it works. It'll just be slow and finicky because it's on Glitch, you know? But one day, we'll make proper chorus. Okay, so I think I'm just about done. I guess the question is there anything else I should do for today? I feel like this is not... You're going to use it for a show in Vegas? Really? We probably shouldn't use Glitch if it's going to be a show in Vegas. For real? Well, okay, let me know, and then we can turn on the thing that... Yeah, the thing I did for the particle people last time. Because I have a Heroku version. It's just $7 a month. How many people will be using it? Is it just you controlling a thing, or how many users? Okay, but it is for performance, so it should probably be more reliable than Glitch, right? If it's one-to-one, why don't you just plug a MIDI controller into their head or something? Are you controlling it from a web page, or what are you controlling it from? Oh, you'll be in Denver. Oh, really? How's that gonna work? You're gonna be like on a Zoom call where you're remote controlling a performance in Vegas? Do you remember how the last time we did stuff like this, like in Israel with me in Texas, that I almost had a heart attack? You might go there. Okay. I was very stressed. It's true. Anyway, okay. Well, we can probably figure out something a bit more robust, as long as the internet is good, and the internet's not always good. But okay. Okay. Anything else for today? So to make these stop, what do we do? The other thing, I do like that they're somewhat localized, but I think it should actually be like some kind of like fall off, like some kind of probability curve where they're most likely to appear in this unit circle, but they do have some ability to spread out to the full screen. Like, what's the right way to do that? How do you do that? So if I have like some localized, you know, like I have this ring and I want 90% of it, or whatever, say like 75% fall in this radius. I mean, it's a curve, right? So I just need to, like, how will I apply that? Beyond just picking values at 3 radii and then randomly saying in between, you know, then randomly choosing them based on a weighted. I don't think I actually know the. What is the algorithm for that? What's the formula to say? Give me a random number with a weight. We can do it in Excel, so that's great. A weighted random number generator. Why are these all about Excel? Boost random function between 1 and 3. There's a straightforward algorithm for picking an item at random where items have individual weights. Calculate the sum of all weights. Pick a random number that is 0 or greater and is less than the sum of the weights. Go through the items one at a time, subtracting their weight from your random number until you get to the item where the random number is less than that item's weight. I have to think about it a little more. Gotta think about it a little more to actually get the thing I want, which is like, you know, I don't know, let's just say it's something like 50% fall in this circle, and then 25% fall in this circle, and then another 25% can fall anywhere on the screen. That's the easiest way, I guess, really, is just to like have a random, you know, pick a random number, and if it's between 0 and 0.5, do one thing, and if it's between 0.5, that's definitely the easiest way. That's probably actually the lightest weight way to write the code, is just pick a random number for the number of options that I want, and then just, you know, give them the weight just by saying, if I pick a random number between 0 and 1, let's try it real fast. So it's in here. And so like, and then we could say something like if random range is greater than or equal to 0 and random range, I mean, in this case, I guess it's literally random range is less than 0.5, less than or equal to 0.5. We'll do one thing. Else random range is greater than 0.5 and random range is less than or equal to 0.75. And then it's else random range is greater than 0.75. Else if, of course. And then you could just have different radii based on this. And so this is kind of saying that 50% are going to fall in the main range. 75% are going to fall in this range, but this range could overlap, so that actually like makes the probability weirder because it means there's even a higher probability that they would fall in the small range. Unless you like, you know, tiered these as well, where this was 100 to 200, and then this was 200 to 500. I don't know, something like this. And then this is not let. So that keeps them mostly localized, but there can still be some outliers. But I kind of think I do want them to stack, actually, rather than giving them like discrete radii, because I feel like that's part of what's making them a little wild here. And it really also could be like a function of velocity. Maybe that's a better way to do it, is like the radius is a function of the velocity and of the emitter itself. And if it's moving, they stay pretty localized. But if it's still, if you're totally still, then they can go anywhere. I don't know. This doesn't feel too terrible. It at least makes sure that there's some stuff on the screen. But it does mean that tons of stuff can go like totally off the screen because we're not doing any work to make sure that doesn't happen. We could just instantly throw those particles away because we're like wasting particles then. Okay. And I think we just need a pretty sky gradient, and then we need some kind of image that just knows how to stay at the bottom and be and act as kind of a landscape, and that's all. That's all solvable. I mean, I think this is like on the way to feeling like stars. In fact, it's pretty close actually. I feel like if we just our initial radius wasn't as big, and they all kind of stayed a little bit smaller, then the only thing is that it would be more fun if it spit out more. I mean, they probably do need to start bigger and shrink more quickly. Maybe that's a thing. How many particles we have? Is that true? That doesn't seem true. It's only 303? What? That looks like so many more particles than 303. Is that possible? Is that a lie? Seeger Live, how's it going? Do you want to paint? Seeger Live, I'm going to give you full control of the stream. You take it. It's your stream. Go to this website if you're still here. And just ignore the fact that you can't actually see anything, but if you click and drag on that gray screen, you should see something happen on my screen. Hey, that's you. I see it. Or maybe it's not you. Maybe it's David. Maybe it's Ben again. I just had like that phrase in my head, always a bridesmaid, never a bride. Yeah, but it was pertaining to Ben, where it's like, Ben is like always a lurker, never... I don't know what the rest of that expression is. Okay, I do need to normalize the coordinates. That actually is, that is like a fix it, make it work thing. So, well, thank you. So we need to make it more... So the idea is that we're going to have a big projection, and it's going to be like kind of a big welcome sign. And then as you paint on it, it will kind of reveal an image hidden in the stars. That's the always a lurker, never a lurky. I don't know, Ben. If you streamed more, I would lurk. It's true. I haven't seen a good Ben stream in a long time. When was the last time you streamed? It's the last time you streamed your little side-scrolling game. Wait, you streamed Metro? How did I not know this? Am I rudely not following you on Twitch? I normally have a very strict don't follow anybody policy. But for you, Ben, I didn't know you were streaming lately. Oh my gosh. Also Solar Ash, huh? Okay, everybody follow Ben. Like and subscribe. Like, comment, subscribe. I actually don't even know how. Wait, I am following you. And I have notifications on, apparently. So wait, why is this? I'm apparently following you. It says unfollow, so I assume that means I'm following you. And this says turn notifications off, so I assume that means notifications are on. So is this just Twitch being good software? I don't understand. Are you a world champion Metroid Dread streamer? I don't understand this. Why? This is an outrage. Purge is streaming. I haven't watched Purge in a long time. It's a sad story. My attempt to like force myself to become addicted to Dota didn't pan out, and maybe that's for the best. Maybe that's Ben, you're right here on the list. I don't know. I don't know why I'm not getting alerts. I mean, it could be that I've muted every possible thing. Are you serious? 82nd in the world? Top 100. Way to go. I'm not sure I've ever been 82nd in the world at anything. Do you think there's really... Okay, but now there's two comets that would have approximately 300 each, right? So that's like... Now you assume that there's 600. That's where it gets... That's just where it gets concerning. I mean, especially with the variable life length. I do feel like we lost a little bit of something. I think what we need to do is figure out some good curves, like some good curves to animate along. And then possibly some different time scales. We got kisses in the stars. That's nice. Like, because I feel like this is, we lost some satisfying, right? We lost a little bit of satisfying with it getting smaller. I think it was a little more satisfying when it was a little bigger coming out, but maybe it was bigger and then it like really quickly ramped into smaller. Sorry for hitting the mic. Okay, well, I think obviously the next thing we really have to work on is the text gravity, because that's like the whole point of this thing. So the way I did the text gravity originally for that magazine article was that there was like this hidden hint image, basically, and I did something, and that thing was what? Oh, well, that was kind of smart. Like if you had too many stars, you would kill the oldest one instead of not emitting the newest one. Like, that's not so bad. You could kill the old stars. That's how you'd enforce that an individual person only had X number of stars. That's not bad. Why is my background color Unity default blue? Oh, it's not quite. It's pretty close. My favorite blue color, and this is like from, I don't know, I just mentally in my mind, I always default to 3333333 for like grays and blacks. I think this is just like ancient web habit. 3333333. And then actually the blue I normally use, I tweaked it after I typed it, is always 336699. It's just what I've always used for, like if I just need a test color, 336699. But if I need it a little darker, I just subtract a little bit from the hex values, which is not really how hex works. Like I don't make an effort to properly do a hexadecimal subtraction. I just make each number smaller, but that's not really right. So this is probably more like Unity default blue. The real question is, why does Unity use my favorite hex code as its default blue? That's the real mystery. So if I don't do this, can I have a transparent background? Yeah, but then you can't clear. So can you, is that how you do it? Okay. So I could do this, and then I could just use a whatever, CSS gradient site, and make like a black up to blue. Well, how about this? Look at this beautiful, it seems like a beautiful nighttime gradient. Love it. Maybe make this a little more purpley. I don't know about this color mixer. Okay, let's try this, because all we can do is just do this and it'll be great. We'll probably make a real image, probably an SVG. Probably an SVG, I guess. Oops. Oops, lost it. CSS gradients are ridiculous. Okay. That's not a very good sky. Anyway, we'll figure it out. Right? Probably. I think our night sky was better before I made it purple. Wait, we need this inverted, right? That's how skies work. Usually they go like this, like a glowy horizon up into darkness. That's what we want, right? Is that my problem? My night sky is upside down? Ugh, no. Still, I mean, I mostly like these Vim key bindings. I just have a hard time pasting sometimes. We'll do this. We'll add like a little SVG skyline. We'll probably just like HTML stick that over the top. Probably. I need like Portland skyline vector art. That's not a bad one. Just take this and make a little vector silhouette of this. Maybe without the crane. With this one. Some bridges. Or we look for somebody who did it and just steal it. Portland skyline vector free. I don't really love that one. Is this really free? Attribution required? I mean, that's fine. If I found one I really liked. In Portland. Well, a slow gin fizz gets the job done fast when you drink 'em by the pitcher and not by the glass. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Well, Portland, Oregon, and a slow gin fizz. If that ain't love, then tell me what is in Portland. It's a good thing. It's a good song. I don't know. None of these are jumping out as exactly the thing that I want. But for a simple little... So if you give credits, you get it for $1. I don't know what site to use for this. I feel like Vecteezy is one I've seen before. But these free ones, not so hot. Not super. And it's like a funnel. It's like a trick. It's a trap to trap you into going to iStock photo. Right? I mean, I could certainly draw one. I don't really want to. Pretty sure I do have some free Adobe stock. I mean, I just want one, kind of just want one to use real fast, you know? In a booth in the corner with the lights down low. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I don't know. Okay, what did we have on Vecteezy? None of these were very good. I mean, with no bridge, what are you even doing? What are you doing? Marcos, I appreciate the free Portland, but like no bridges? Who are you kidding here? Did you find a good one? Oh wow, that's a nice shirt. Did you make that shirt? It's pretty good. Is that Billy Corrigan? It's very good. Very good. Very good work. A+. Proud of you. I don't know, everybody. What are we doing here? I just want like a bad t-shirt, Portland, Oregon. That's free. How much for the EPS? So it's free download. Is that true? I mean, I bet I'm going to click this button and it's going to say you have to sign up. Of course it is. Okay, let's try one other. We'll try one other way, and then we'll just probably give up for tonight, at least. I gotta think about. You found it on my fan club site? Wow, gosh. Anyway, so the thing we actually have to figure out is how we want to do the. Yeah, how we want to do that, like magnetize to the positions, right? How do we want to do that? Kyle, how's it going, man? You're just in time for the new merch. David just showed me the new merchandise for the channel. It's pretty good. I don't know why I have this special little swoop here, but I do. I don't even remember. One more time. What was I even talking about? I don't know. Like, this says search type clip art, but I don't think I believe it. I don't think I believe that. I kind of think it's a lie. I mean, can you do this anymore? I feel like you can't even do this anymore, right? Because everybody figured out the trick. Like if you try to get an SVG, or you try to get a, like you try to search by type. Like an EPS. It's just a trick. Is this even the right syntax? I can't even remember. I feel like everybody learned these tricks on like the file type search. Yeah, but what's the syntax? File type. Okay, it's file type. What? Great. Is this true? I don't believe this. Okay, we're just wasting our time here. Yeah, the magnetizing to a black and white image is the thing we have to like, that's the actual work that's left to do. So, Kyle, do you want to draw on the screen? Go to go to this URL where you won't be able to see anything at all. And you should be able to draw on the screen. Let me refresh it. You'll have the whole screen to yourself. Whatever you want to do, you can draw some sparkly stars while I talk through this. Okay. Is that you? Kyle, is it you? Okay. So the way I did it previously is we had like a hidden, I had like a hidden image on the canvas. And like, what did I do? Like I sampled. Well, now I don't remember what I did. How did I actually... So we had this... Okay, here's what I did. We had this find pixel, and it like would look through, and it would try to find a place where the pixel was black. If not, we'll just return the last pixel checked and it will serve as a random star. So I think what I did is I like looped through here. Yeah, so okay. What I would do in trying to find a random location is I would look for, I would like look around the image 15 times trying to find a black image. Like I would try 15 times to find a black pixel basically. And if I couldn't find a black pixel, then I would just return the random pixel. And I don't think that was terrible. It's pretty slow. But not horrible. The thing that's weird though is that the hint image had to be the size of the background image. So that's a little weird. So we would have to like have some kind of offset there. I guess. Which is probably fine. How would we want to do that? I mean, we know in practice this thing is going to be displayed at 1080p basically. So I don't think there's really much advantage to trying to get fancy other than to just say like, let's look. Oh, really? Virtual green screen? Let's censorship. What? Is it working? Oh, I see. Because it's looking for, it's like doing, it's recognizing where the human is. Interesting. And were you using channel points for it on the stream? Or it was just like some totally other thing? Set up with channel points. Kyle, why do you love to come rain on my parade? It's like you come here into my own home. You come into my home, into my office, and you always like to tell me like, hey, that thing that you were working on, somebody else did it. It's like you take pleasure out of it, Kyle. It's like you want to do that to me. Like you want to treat me like that. Ground with a video monster? Oh man. Oh man. Well, you know what? Maybe you're right. And maybe the thing to do, maybe the thing I need to do right now is like go to bed and rest and dream about new features for the video monster. Anyway, this was not supposed to be a 4-hour stream, but here we are. I would like to thank who? Who all do I want to thank? Obviously Kyle, obviously David, Lobster, obviously Binary, obviously Ben, the master lurker, one of the top 100 Metroid Dread players in the world, on Earth, top 100. Yeah, anybody else watching this? So I guess this is going to probably go up to my channel and the CETI channel. I don't know exactly what the plan is. We're kind of experimenting with this idea of these work streams, but I probably still want to put it on my channel. Is that weird? Is it weird to upload a video to 2 different places on YouTube? That's probably weird, right? But I don't know. I kind of can't not put it on my channel. Anyway, so next time, the first thing we'll do, I think, is figure out how we want to handle this, the hidden image part, because that's kind of the whole point. And then we will figure out how to, and then we'll figure out some kind of little foreground skyline. And then we will what will we do? I guess that's all. I guess that's all we'll do. I don't know about exactly what to do about this part. I don't remember how I did this. Like, how did I do this? Did I have the hint image offset in some way? Like, how did I? Because it doesn't really look like the hint image is where, I mean, maybe it's because the hint image was like supposed to be smaller than the main canvas. Maybe that was the idea, and it would just be up here, so you'd never have stars on like in the mountain area. That probably is what the truth is. Yeah, I don't know. I can't really think of a tremendously better way to do this. And I guess it's not that slow. I mean, at most you're sampling just like 15 pixels or something. It shouldn't be too bad. Oh no, David, what? What have you done? Well, first of all, why is this unlisted and not a portfolio piece for you? This is pretty good. I do like this. Isn't it amazing? Life can be amazing. Well, thank you. Thank you for that. That was nice. That makes me feel better. Kyle came in here, rained on my parade, and then now you have touched my heart in this weird way. I don't know why my hair looks like this. It's kind of like weird. It's an exciting shape today. Okay, I'm done. I'm really done. Thank you all. Kyle, David, Ben. Who am I forgetting? Binary. Wait, no, there was one other person. Who was it? Seeger. Why am I Seeger Live? How could I forget? Seeger Live also. Everybody else that stopped by, I do really appreciate it. Anybody watching in the future, you know, I appreciate if you watch this on YouTube. I actually do appreciate it if you comment on YouTube. I do read those comments. I just never reply to them because I'm not going to put a comment on YouTube. That would be outrageous. It would be outrageous. Okay, goodbye, friends. Until next time.